Sorry.
Many do you think?
Thank you. All
right.
So sorry, Seamus. Thank you for doing my part.
All right.
I just have one question.
Man, that's a big request though. Like that's not just like a little one.
How much gas you have?
Wow.
I got a penny.
Okay, so last time we played, you guys started off with a bang, fighting a giant purple worm. A few of you were able to defeat the beast without any real difficulty. Well, from the inside out, literally. And then from there, you guys went back to the town where Silex and a few others had some tasks that you were trying to accomplish in the city. Silex went and met with Java, the builder. The rest of you had talked with different salesmen. I'll GFA about some medical supplies and potions. Sage and Zenro and a few others went and talked to kind of with themselves, actually, kind of like trying to figure out what you're going to do next with everything going on. And met back up at the Nameless Tavern at the time, where you guys saw the bartender get fired, essentially. And as he left, a group of the tiefling barbarians came in with a crate where you guys found out was carrying little baby Cecil, your friendly little squirrel friend, who had been acquired to turn this business around. After the kind of encounter talking to the squirrel, after you guys met with Cecil and kind of talked with him a little bit about what he's doing there, a few of you met in your tower for kind of a good night's rest. And the next day you guys got to meet with Java. Well, I guess it was still that night. Java came out and met with you guys, where a bargain was made, an agreement of a house of your requirement for 250,000 gold pieces. Payment was complete, and he said he will meet you in the morning to find the spot to build. He said it should take no less than 1 week to complete through his magical construction. So here we leave off. Java's now left the sanctity of your tower, not tower, but your cathedral or temple. And the rest of you are sitting there discussing your rooms and possibilities. What would you like to do?
Well, if we're meeting with him tomorrow, we planning together on what we want the common spaces to look like, or did we also determine the location?
Not yet.
So I'm looking at it right now. There's those 4 X's, the cave. That's all on the group text. But did we say that we wanted the farthest away or the closest? This is the close would be a 3-hour walk to the cave to the first X is a 3-hour walk. Cave to the last X would be a 10-hour walk.
The first X is on the water.
They're all pretty much on the water.
So this one.
At least
They're all-
over,
it's all on cliff, right? How far is the cliff down?
however close you want it to be.
I
I mean, you can be right on the cliff or advise probably.
How high is the cliff to the
Oh,
water?
these cliffs. Are you guys familiar with the cliffs of Moher in Ireland?
Yes.
So those cliffs are about 600-700 feet high, not quite that tall. They're about 300 feet
Okay.
from top to bottom, a little bit higher than they were at Reckon Oasis.
And this one has like beach underneath it, whereas like this last one goes straight to the water. It doesn't have a beach underneath it. So I don't know if that would matter.
Life's a beach.
I would
As
say-
long as, as long as,
long as I can see the ocean, I'm happy.
I will say to me, being able to get to the water the quickest possibility with our new boat is a good option. If we need to leave quickly.
You know, it's like I was like,
That's true.
Well, we would have to build something.
not we,
Somebody.
Java.
So. I'm just for being right about the water, instead of sand, but
So the farthest one,
How's it look up on that?
That's fine.
that's how we.
Which one?
I mean, it's a long walk. I guess it's
it is,
But I
that's,
mean-
it's about a 10-hour trek back
Right.
to Reckon.
But here's the thing, yeah, it's a 10-hour walk, but then we have a cave that has portals to everywhere in
right, but
Morrowgast.
we don't know how far walk that is from Forks. From our portal on King of Forest, it was like 8-hour walk, travel. So.
But then there's also, you can also get horses.
Yeah, that's true.
Keep some horses, so use those to get to from this. Are we aware of there any other civilization?
You know of one.
Huh?
You know of one.
That's the first, right?
In the mountains.
That's the only one we don't know anybody else out there in the woods.
It's the only one you guys know of yet.
The other option is we can choose maybe one of the middle ones, so, you know, maybe we don't have to take the farthest one, the one directly next to that is still pretty much directly on the water, but it might be a bit of a shorter walk.
What's the difference? I guess my biggest concern is I kind of want to do like a terrain scope and see it myself, make sure there's other animals or inhabitants in the area.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna go look at them.
I mean, with Java tomorrow, is there a harm in taking a look first, seeing if there's anything in the area and then make a decision?
Yeah, we can do that.
Sweet. Cool. So you guys just gonna go to bed tonight, or is there any other things you're trying to do for this evening before moving on?
Yeah, planning what our room's gonna look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe go get a drink and like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you guys go back to the tavern, now called the Bard's Balcony. And you all go upstairs to your room and kind of start giddily drawing and sketching and trying to figure out your room, knowing that the possibilities are virtually endless for what you can do. The next morning, sun comes up, birds are chirping. Creed, you go for your fly in the morning. So Creed gets up a little bit before the rest of you. He kind of goes off to the balcony, dives off swan style, and takes flight around the town. Gone for quite a while before coming back. The rest of you get up your normal kind of stair step way. Silex and Zinro up first, the sisters up next, Vitra, Zaris, and then lastly Benjamin. He likes his cat naps. And you all kind of go into the kind of breakfast area, which is essentially where everything happens in this bar slash inn slash tavern. But it's busy. Unlike the past few days, you can tell there's definitely additional an economy boost that happened virtually overnight. You see people clinking glasses together, some sort of orange liquid sparkling. You see people with full plates and platters of food in front of them. Almost every table seems to be full. You see Cecil behind the bar. You see Fletcher, who is behind the bar again. And you see Cecil kind of giving commands, and he's back in his little suit, his little purple suit. And he's just kind of like whisking his finger around, kind of like, you can't hear what he's saying, but you can definitely see him kind of orchestrating what's happening inside the bar. And this place is lively. The chatter and clamor of people enjoying brunch. It's kind of refreshing to see, because it's been kind of dead here the past few mornings. Last time you saw this many people, 2 of your party members were missing. In a good way.
I guess we'll sit down and.
Get some food.
Yeah.
I'm not be drinking alcohol.
You say morning alcohol?
No, I said, well, I will not be drinking alcohol.
That's a first.
These are mimosas.
Yeah, that was the sparkling orange liquid. Yep. Yeah, you can definitely get a mimosa, celebrate with champagne and orange juice for the purchase of your home.
Well, like you offer.
Cecil sees you guys and immediately you see Cecil make eye contact with you guys, and then he looks around and you see him kind of jump off on all fours and kind of hop his way up to a table where there's a couple of patrons, and you see him kind of say something, and they kind of look at him a little confused, they laugh, and then they get up and they walk away. And then he goes, and two new people you've not seen work here before walk out. It's a young boy and young girl. They come out and they clean off the table, wipe it really quickly, and Cecil is just standing there like,
Cecil, thank you.
this is for you. The best table in the house, besides the balcony, which is my personal favorite. Can I start you with something? Maybe sparkling orange juice,
Yes.
croissants, pastries.
Coffee,
All of
have
that. Just your full service. We'll take everything.
Excellent. And he like hops back down and kind of does his little hop where he on all fours and jumps back on the bar. Again, you just kind of see him with his hands just kind of, it seems, and you guys have known Cecil for a while, but it seems like it almost seems like he's using some form of magic. But those that are, magically inclined don't really see him using any sort of verbal component. It's just the way he moves and is like pointing his fingers. It's like, it looks like he's using magic, but it's just, he's good at what he does.
So you become a bard.
Yeah. Hanging up in the back of the bar, which has been slightly remodeled, not remodeled, but rearranged. The way they had the bottles, they originally had them all kind of like this style where all the bottles are in line behind it. Now there's kind of like a big row and then 2 stacks of bottles going up on these shelves. And then in the middle, there's this new wooden poster, or not poster, but wooden plaque that says the Bard's Balcony, and hanging underneath that is a large hat, which you guys recognize was from Arathian. After a few minutes, drinks come out, coffees with creamer and sugar, and a few different types of tea with hot water, and then of course your mimosas. Breakfast is served shortly after. Cree, I assume, comes back at some point. Yeah, sees all this. You see Cecil. There's like a moment where you guys look at each other. I'm still scared of you.
Appreciate you.
Right this way. And you guys dig in, have a great breakfast. Again, you guys kind of hear everyone laughing and having a good time. You do, out of the corner of your eye, you notice approaching you is Java. You didn't hear him come in this time. Well, because there's lots of people enjoying themselves. It's not one of those old Western times where it's all quiet in the bar and you hear the door open and everyone stops. Not this time. He just walks in, also seems to look a little surprised with how busy, sees you guys and approaches you. Well, it looks like you've had breakfast. Time to find your new dream home.
Yes.
When you're ready, I will be outside.
I'm ready.
Is there anything you need to do here before we go? And which point would you guys like to go to first? We're just gonna fast travel. Closest one? Okay. Let me pull up that screenshot that I sent so I can have it over here. Well, no, just the one so I can see the X's because I don't have that memorized. I wrote that on this. I took a screenshot and then drew it on there. So, all right, the first one, I think it was only a short while away. It was like, 2 hours or something. So yeah, you guys kind of walk along the cliff line. Beautiful scenery. You guys have like the trees as you get farther away from Rakan start to become more full, get a little bit taller. There's a little bit more like strength in these trees for those who the druids. You get to see a little more like ancient lifeness in these trees as you get farther along. You still have a beautiful view of the ocean. Now, this particular point is interesting. It's almost like at the point of a cliff. So you've been walking for a couple hours. There is no sign of any sort of civilization over here. But you do kind of go inland and then you go back out and you're almost at this peninsula point where this cliff is almost to the edge of the water. Ignore what the drawing says. It's almost like it's at the point between two beaches. So at this point, you're not really looking down at beach, you're like overlooking the water. But to your left and right of this little peninsula is like beach.
Check to see how structurally sound underneath the cliff is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Java, as you guys kind of walk through, he's going to be like pointing out different pros and cons of each location. This one, he of course mentions the fact that there's no direct beach access, right? Almost like a realtor. And he's like, but you know, having nothing but cliff means it's strong. There's no soft sediment underneath. And you cannot beat these views. And he looks over and you just have that, it's still morning, right? It hasn't like gotten too late in the like afternoon or anything. So he looks over and you have that like morning. If you guys have ever seen the ocean in the morning, it's like that glistening, like it's almost like blinding to look at because the sun's hitting it, refracting that light. What's that?
Because it's so pretty.
Yeah. And so you kind of have that looking out. And it's, you know, over to the east. So it's like really bright right now in the morning. He says, it's location 1. High on my list because of its, he looks over, diving. And he just turns back around, kind of about face, and he's going to look and says, follow me, we have more to see. The next point, after a couple more hours of walking, this one is more inland. Not inland to the point off the cliff, but there is probably about a half mile or mile of beach in front of you. Like from this point, you can see the ocean, but it's definitely farther away. You would have to trek through the sand or kind of go around to get there, but it feels a little bit more private because it's not right there on the coastline. Passing by ships aren't going to see the house. So definitely of the 2 points so far, going to be the most private and secluded. This one is also a little bit more in the trees. The last point was more on the cliff edge. This one's a little more tucked in, kind of snug into the tree line. But again, he points out all of those things to you. The pros being that it's more private, secluded, the cons being that it's farther from the water. And he remembers you saying that water was like a big deal. So
Still no civilizations or anything we've noticed walking by?
No. Mm-mm. Unless you go into the woods.
I'm kind of in
Yeah.
my head thinking, I see a point, I'm probably gonna
Okay.
veer out.
And like
Right,
go
I'm
across.
gonna
Yeah.
do a scout of the area
Okay.
and come
Make a perception check as you fly across and try to scout. Oh yeah, if you do the first one, let's do the first one first.
Sorry, I didn't have all this up yet.
It's all good.
22 for the first one.
Yeah, the first one you get a really good look around. You can kind of see through because at this point the trees aren't as thick as the second point,
Yeah.
but they're definitely taller than what you've seen, especially like over in Athena. Those trees are like babies compared to these. But yeah, you don't see anything. It looks like it's. I mean, you see the occasional like wild horse.
Right.
You see like just basic wildlife, but you don't see any like civilization.
It's not.
Same thing. Trees are a little more close together here, so it's a little harder to see into the actual tree line because if you're flying above, that's where they're the widest, so you can't really see in unless you're like flying in between the trees. Don't really see any sort of.
Am I able to-
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
still don't see anything, but you can still do that. It's
That's
more
fine.
fun. It's more like a scene from
It's an
Avatar where you're like
obstacle
flying through like the obstacles.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, okay, then we're good for now.
cool. Anyone else want to do anything at this point? Moving on. Cool. All right. The third point. This one, I believe we said was about 6 hours away.
From wrecking, right?
From wrecking, yeah. So it's another couple of hours. What's that?
How long was the second one?
Another 2 hours. So it's like 2 hours, 4 hours. This one's about 6 hours. The last one's about 9 hours.
That's not a walk, right? I mean, that's straight up.
Yeah, you guys aren't like in a hurry. You guys are like casually walking, looking at the like ocean. You're not, I mean, if you wanted to be hurrying, you could probably cut that time. Yeah, this is the walking pace. Yeah, this one's gonna look very similar to point one. It's overlooking the cliffs, but this one does have beach at the bottom. There is sand, there is the wildlife. You're a little bit outside the tree line, but there's still a couple of like kind of large trees that go all the way up to this edge.
Are there any nature tracks or anything? Is it wildlife?
Oh, I mean, you can make a nature check, see if you see any specific tracks.
I'll check.
Yeah, you see lots of little, you see like squirrels and like rabbits like kind of scurry into the brush as you guys walk by, but nothing specific.
Is it 12 for me?
Let's see.
While they're doing that,
What are you doing?
A nature check.
Oh, same thing. Yeah, you kind of notice that there's some larger track of like elk, some kind of large, maybe even larger, some sort of like species of deer that you haven't seen, just from the size of like the two hoof parks, but nothing too crazy. It just seems like some maybe larger animals because there's not as much intervention here to stop them from growing to their full potential. You rolled a
I don't want that 20 for this.
Let's get there.
Which gives me
25.
For the any civilization.
Yeah, so you kind of take off, and this time you go a little bit deeper, now that you're a little more kind of used to this area. Yeah, you go a little bit deeper into the tree line. As you get a little bit farther in, you start to notice that you're getting closer to where the actual like mountain is, so it gets a little cooler in climate. And as you're flying through quickly, you kind of notice that a couple of these trees have like these, best described like ribbons tied around them, different varying colors. Doesn't seem to have any sort of noticeable pattern to you, but you definitely notice that there's like a purple and then like an orange ribbon.
How far away from?
These are like random trees that you're seeing flying by.
Right, I guess how close to me to point 3 these ribbons start?
How close would those trees be to the house?
Yeah, if we were to.
Not anywhere close to the like where the location of the cliff is. We're talking like into the trees. So this is like Kree's flown in there. He's like bobbing and weaving, and as he's like getting close to where the mountain is, where it starts to get cooler, is where you start to see the different like ribbons and things like that.
Time frame, how long did it take me to get there?
Probably like 20 minutes, like flying off on their own. Like you get up and you start going. And by the time you see it, again, it's not anything that just screams, oh, that's a person that did that. But obviously, yeah. And then by the time you get back, it's probably been like 30, 40 minutes. While all of this time, Java is kind of telling you again, pros and cons. This one is his personal least favorite, just because of its lack of like pizzazz. It doesn't really tickle me in any way. It's quite boring. I really like the first, maybe the last. And then you guys move on to the last point. This one is a little bit farther away. Takes you guys about 3 additional hours to get here. Now it's getting close to like end of day. And as you guys approach, now the sun is starting to set behind you. And this one, much like the first one, is directly over the water, the cliff wise. But to the south, you have that really big sand, like I said, about a mile worth of sand between the ocean and the inland. And so this one has like that big field of sand. But to the north, it's like all open or open water, because this one essentially opens to where the river kind of opens up into the Jero Ocean, or the like coastline. And so this one has a lot more character in the water because it's hitting the ocean. So it has a lot more like color of like the foam that happens when water collides with itself. And just like a lot more ocean sound of waves crashing, because again, it's more kind of rough in this area. But the trees kind of meet where the cliff ends. So the trees almost go all the way up to where the cliff is. So he would have to kind of excavate a little bit to make room for the house, but he kind of points out in pictures where it would be, describes how it would look.
The tree line. is right on the cliff.
Yeah.
That has to be removed.
Yeah.
I will say it's free. He does want, I know you want the ocean view, but I also want the trees. So that would be, yeah, so that would be a good
Yeah.
middle for me.
And the, what about the bird from the trees where?
A little far off.
Yeah.
They're a little bit farther, but they're still close. Like there were still trees around, but they weren't like, yeah, it's more like an occasional tree here or there, not like the tree line.
And I know that he had mentioned that like on the first spot, like ships could see us, right? But weren't we also talking about making the outside of the house look as if
It looks like a shack
it's not really yeah.
or whatever.
It's true.
How visible would you be from this point?
I mean, you would be seen by whoever goes by and looks, but no one's really concerned with you haven't seen my house except for you.
Yeah.
When you walked up to my home, did it look like a mansion, a
No, it looks like a
fortress?
shack. It looks like a rundown building, it's just a shack.
Were you suspicious?
Yes. They tell me the best contractor does in shack. It was a good great vibes. You walk in, it's mobile, so.
Yeah, okay.
So with number 4, our house
Yeah.
would be kind of built in the trees, but also have the huge. view of
Yeah,
the ocean.
kind of. Number 4, the big draw is how far away it is. It definitely has kind of the best of the tree, best of the ocean. It has the sand and kind of beachfront area.
Would horses be able to travel to it?
Mhm.
Or would it be?
You guys have been able to walk like, because because you're not having to walk through like heavy dense forest, like it's all kind of like open along the coastline.
Okay.
There's like a path that you've been able to walk all the way there.
Okay.
Java mentions and being so close to the river, it'd be easy to travel west from here as well.
I like number 4.
And if we get horses, we have enough money to buy everyone a normal horse, not a war horse, but a normal horse.
Yeah.
Y'all will be able to take care of it. How far would it take, how long would it take to travel that horse?
Yeah, a few hours.
Okay.
A little bit faster than half, but yeah.
So if we cut it down, we need to go to town immediately, just sprint on a horse.
Yeah.
So, for people who can't fly, so.
Yeah, you can probably get
Well, sorry.
you can probably get to town by flying if you have like what does the flight speed, like 90, like dashing or whatever. So it'd be like 120 if you were like
120 dash.
really moving. I mean, you could get there in a third of the time, so probably about 2.5, 3 hours of flying. So horse would probably be about 4.5. So
But that cuts it down to the second area. So this way we have more privacy, trees, the water, access to the river, which is where I didn't even think of that,
Mhm.
because we have an expandable boat now.
I have no idea. where it's at.
you have expendable boat. You have an expendable boat.
Sure.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think number 4 is kind of the winner. I like.
Yeah.
so far.
Well, would you be able to add a stable to the house on the outside, for horses?
Which you, of course.
Am I, everyone for place 4?
Yes, yeah, I do relate to them everything that you said about the ribbons and stuff.
Oh yeah, I figured.
Just so they're aware.
Does your people have anything to do with ribbons on trees?
So there's just like giant ribbons wrapped around
I was
each.
gonna say,
No, not like ribbons that are like for a new store opening.
literally,
But just like
I thought it was like a brand new car, like.
no, like
I'm thinking like a little tie.
yeah, like a bandana or something wrapped around a tree. It's like a marker.
Yeah.
Just giant ass like.
Like, that's what I felt like a.
She's over there excited.
That's the end of a marathon and someone's breaking through. No.
Brandon, you good with the fourth spot?
God damn it.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
That wasn't me. It was-
That was me.
I was like, cool.
All right, so then, fourth spot is.
Perfect. Will take me probably about 6 days to finish. And he's assuming as you guys have been walking, you guys have been talking to him about your rooms and all that, right? He's like, all of your specifications will be catered to. There will be, this is the first time you've purchased with Java. So it's important to know your rooms are yours. The building, still yours, but not as customizable. I will build it to be secure as fortress. But as you evolve and change and grow, you might want your space inside your room to change. When inside your room, think it will be so.
Awesome. Okay.
Sounds so cool.
Today I want a city break. Tomorrow I want a city purple.
Just think it will be true. I will say, is there any preference to the floor, to the overall decor of the home? No, like literally the floor, like
the look of
like
the
style,
entire house,
sorry.
like
Oh.
hardwood.
Is it carpet or is it?
No.
Yeah, it does.
Hardwood.
Hardwood, or
Yeah.
something.
Concrete.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, that's stone.
Real hardwood, not that.
Oh, I like stone.
We could do-
Stone is nice too.
We could do stained stone, marble, granite, cardboard, or whatever you want.
Like the stone and the wood.
Maybe both.
Style, yeah.
Yes, like a lattice style.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. Okay.
I want a big fireplace.
And what, like a hearth,
Yeah. That's what's fun.
like a fireplace that takes up a wall.
Yeah.
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 She wants that in an actual
I
house.
actually, when we
Me
build
too.
my house, I'm gonna get.
Trust me, every time I watch like a show like The Witcher or like any show, and I'm like, we watched some show on it was on HBO. It was fucking awesome. It was I can't remember the name of it, but it had like Matt Damon. It was the one in
The
the
new movie?
yeah.
Last-
where-
The Last Duel.
The Last Duel, yeah. So I watched it twice. I watched it by myself and I watched it with her.
I watched
But, like,
you when you guys were away.
Yeah. So like every house that they went to, they like everywhere they're eating or something, there's like this fireplace that just takes up a whole wall. And I'm like, that looks awesome.
How else are you gonna brood in front of a fire?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. He's like, "Ugh."
It's
like-
gonna be good.
Oh my God.
It's good.
It's really good.
Cool.
The scene where he's like, he goes in at the like kind of towards the end, he's like, you're gonna want to sit down and have a drink. And he's like, no, it's okay. He's like, you need to sit down and have a drink.
Well, say that you might want to drink those. Absolutely. Like the.
It was a cool way. I've never seen a movie do it
concept.
like that.
Like how each person had their own variables.
Yeah, the truth changed as each person. Sorry, back to this. So Java kind of does this whole thing, kind of tells you about, what to expect. If you need me, I will be here. If you want it done quickly and correctly, I advise you don't leave me.
Don't leave him.
Don't need me.
Oh.
Um,
I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
He was
So
thinking
we're
of the
6
drama
days.
thing, he's like, "Leave me tonight."
Yeah.
We'll be back in a week.
Perfect. And he kind of looks at the ground and you see him kind of pull out this, it almost looks like a stylus. It's like a little, like metal, not metal, like a marble wand, kind of like something like this. And he kind of pulls it out and it has this like green and blue hue to it, but it's still mostly like clear, like see-through, like opal, not opalescent, like that's not the word.
Translucent.
Yeah, opaque. Like it's not fully translucent because it has that color to it, but it's like opaque. And you just see him kind of draw this like wide circle, and you just see him put a J and a V. And then as he lifts it up, you guys see like the ground kind of glow around. He's like, this will get you back much faster.
Oh, okay. All right, guys, here we go.
Y'all get inside the circle.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys get inside the circle and you guys pop up inside Java's house where he has a circle of teleportation. And all of you see the inside of Java's house now, which Silas has seen, but you only saw the little entryway. You guys are essentially in this, best way to describe it is a solarium, where the center of this circle is kind of like in this oasis style. There's like a small, like miniature waterfall. Think of it like that, like a water fixture kind of splashing into like this small pond. There's these wildflowers and brushes and kind of like vines all around you. You see an entry door that's just like this big kind of open like semicircle door. Doesn't have like a window or anything. It's just like a walkthrough. And you see gold and white. As you walk through that, you kind of go into his main like living quarters where you saw. And it's like a 2-story style. It almost looks like a Viking hall where it's like this main entry has like a bunch of long tables, a large hearth kind of in the background with fire going. And there's like 2 levels that has like this balcony that goes all the way around that looks down. Everything here is extremely refined. If you had to put like a value on a single piece of furniture in here, it's probably thousands of gold. Everything here is extremely luxurious. And then you see the door as you guys kind of walk out, you look back and it's a very rundown looking shack with a red door. Well, it's almost nighttime now. That was kind of a whole day to kind of make that travel. So I assume everyone kind of wants to get to a point where the house is done. I totally get that. But it is still 6 or so days away.
I'm going to the forge directly right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we still need to get those.
Like, is that where you're leaving to, right?
Yeah, right now. I'm leaving.
We'll have to go, I want to go pick those up.
I see.
The wife is cold-blooded.
Mhm. I can throw a cat at you if that helps.
That would make me sneeze.
Even better. So since there's like 6 to 7 days or so to finish the completion of the house, we'll kind of give you guys like fast forward through like downtime. So each of you will kind of like ask, I kind of know where Silex wants to start, so we'll start with him. But then everyone just kind of think of something that you want to be doing over the next few days to help progress your character. If you're trying to shop for something and find anything specific or look for anything, this is a spot to where like you have a lot of time to do it.
I will say, in silence, take your downtime, because if you wait a little longer, everyone's gonna be ready.
Or if there's nothing that you can think of that you want to do, you don't have to do anything. You can totally just relax at your bar, balcony, Airbnb. Do whatever you want to do. Rain's already fucked up. Yeah, for real. Okay, so Silex.
I just did 6 rolls from 6 days.
Mhm.
Okay, so adding my Arcana with my proficiency. One was a nat 20, the first one was a nat 20.
Okay,
That would make it a 34.
okay. Which one are you trying to?
I'm just gonna go straight down the list.
Okay,
As much as I
let me
can.
pull up the list then.
Oh, yeah, so the quickest ones that I can get done
Okay.
in 6 days.
Since you named them all by number, I'm gonna I don't want to spoil anything. So we'll say item 1 and 2. Since you rolled a 34, we'll say on day 1, you can complete both item 1 and 2 in one day.
Okay. The next day was 13 plus 12 is with proficiency stone. So that'd be a 28.
Oh, with the proficiency stone. Then yeah.
Sorry, perfect.
It was a 25. So yeah, item 3 you can get done the second day.
And 19 plus 12, 33.
These start to get a little harder.
If any more time, there's one that I need Zinro's help on.
Yeah.
So I have to go get Zinro actually help me.
Is that the last? Is that the last one?
Yeah, that's the last one.
He said that.
Okay. We'll say because you rolled a high, I'll let you do all of item 4 since
Okay.
it's one for each person.
Mhm.
We'll say like you just devote the entire day and knock out all of those.
My next one's going natural 20.
Oh shit.
So to avoid exhaustion.
The one after that was 4.
Well, because he's doing it each other day. He's not doing it back to back.
These
Oh,
these are
yeah.
individual days.
I know, but I thought about like to avoid exhaustion, I could just keep doing reservation.
That's great. Let's keep Zinro in the corner. Okay.
And go.
But that would be like burning through diamonds.
Yeah, well, that was another 20, and then I rolled, what was it, 34? And then I rolled a 4, which is 16,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so you're able to do item 5.
Okay.
Item 6, you fail. So item 6, you're trying to do it, but you shatter the dragon glass.
And then, so that'll be my 5th day, my 6th day was a 25.
That's the number. So you're able to do item 6.
Okay.
So you haven't gotten to 7 or the one you need help with him.
Okay, I'll get to you, I promise.
But everything else is done. Cooling, essentially. What do they call it when it's
Loading.
yeah, like no, it's when you like when it gets hard, like
They're quenching, so they're all
Yeah.
like,
Squelching is putting it in the.
yeah, no. This is like what you do when you're trying to harden steel. Like over time, it takes like a few days where you're like, I can't think of the word.
temporary.
Temper. There you go. Yeah.
No.
No, it was something he was.
It's the
Okay.
guys who've gone on.
So-
Force the fire.
Oh, there.
Hey. Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
I know the whole process.
I was at the gas station the other day, I was like, oh, I have my plan for Sunday, let's make it. He's like, oh, Sunday, Sunday.
Yeah, that's
No, I did it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I didn't get.
he finished item 1 through 6.
Yeah.
Still-
All the ones that are highlighted on your thing now are finished.
Yep, sweet, thank you.
Okay. Who wants to go next? It's your downtime. All right, Kree, what are we doing?
So the hit list that you gave me, honestly, pretty much spend the entire time gathering. And then he was like,
Okay.
about it, I know you gave me a little bit.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Especially because I'm close to the area, kind of. I'm gonna try to probably travel.
I forgot to put up with some sitting here. Okay. I made a lot of these.
I know you did. I appreciate it.
Um, Okay. Oh, okay. Through your research,
I got you.
Thank you.
do you have the list pulled up?
I have it.
Okay. Towards the bottom of the list, you'll see 3 names.
For instance,
Um,
Elon.
Actually, yeah. So Eli, you find out a little bit more about him. That you already know that he runs some sort of travel company. But you found out that his through talking to some people in the area who've actually booked through the Barefoot Travel Agency, that he actually owned a shop in what's that beach called? Holy shit.
Which direction?
No, Athos Beach. There you go. That he used to actually work out of there. So from that information, you asked Cecil. Cecil knew who he was and gave you a much more accurate description of what he looks like, which I'll put in the document for you. and Cecil kind of tells a little bit about him because he used to go and get drunk and try to gamble at his at the old bar. Cole.
Wait, so do I know then, you said I know the base of his,
It used to be in Athos Beach before the war, so
also,
you don't think that it's still there, but you don't know. Mhm. Yeah, Cole Subtle. He's to your knowledge or what you found so far, you saw that he seemed like an innocent, just one time better. Through some research and maybe a day trip down to Venovia, if you took the time to do that during this downtime, you find out that Cole uses different names, and Cole Subtle was just a one-time bet under that alias, and that he's been known to use additional names such as Grayson. So Grayson and Cole are two aliases of the same person. And so you don't know who they are specifically, but you know that they're the same person, according to what's been like labeled. And if you do go down to, Venovia, are you just doing research now?
right now it's just.
Okay.
investing. I'm not taking any initiative. to do
Okay.
anything yet.
Then you are able to find a very large guard by the name of Gorick. And you spend some time surveilling him and kind of watching him. He just seems like doesn't seem super smart, but he's just a big, beefy guy. Yeah, just kind of, yeah. I mean, from watching him, he doesn't seem to be doing anything suspicious. He just seems kind of boring. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what you find out.
Thank you.
All right, cool. And then who wants to go next?
Most of it, I think, is gonna be downtime. At some point, I assume Deetra and I will probably go get the little sending necklaces that we got, the 3 ones.
Yeah. Hefe.
Yeah, whenever those are done, but I don't know if those are done yet. It hasn't been-
Couple of days. So during the downtime, it'll be ready.
But the other thing that I would want to do is at some point on one of the nights after everybody else has gone to sleep, I want to go down to the ocean again and attempt to converse.
What are you trying to say, or what are you trying to do?
I'd probably actually fly out there and like kind of float over the ocean and just say, it's time for me to fulfill my end of the bargain since you helped us. What do you want from me? What do you need from me?
So you just flew out there and you're just trying to say that like
Yeah, just
out loud?
Yeah, just out loud.
Just roll a d20 for me.
What is the wind?
I didn't know if I had told you yet. Sorry, that's what it was.
Oh, shit, sorry.
No, I don't know if I knew I've told you. I don't know if I said it like out loud, so I didn't want to.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
12.
So yeah, you keep flying for a while, and you try to talk and don't seem to get a response, and so you fly out a little farther and you try again, doesn't seem to be responding, and it seems to be like knocking on a door where no one's home. Like you're not getting any sort of like feedback like you have in the past, where it seems like there's been some sort of like connection that maybe the tether's been torn.
I'll probably get a little bit closer to the coast, but I want to, if I wouldn't be hearing anything up there, I would want to dive down into the ocean.
Like actually dive.
Yeah.
It's cold. It hurts whenever you first plunge into the water. It's a bit choppy as far out as you are. I know you got a little bit closer, but it's still kind of, you know, the swells are strong. You can feel the currents. What are you trying to do?
Just see if I feel anything, just because before, like, I saw lights and, you know, it's like big ocean man came out, that type of thing, so I don't know what to expect, so I'm just kind of leaving myself open to whatever it is that's needed of me.
There's like a pull from under the water. It's almost like if you were a piece of steel and there was a strong magnet, but it's just far enough away that it doesn't have you in its pull yet. You can kind of feel it pulling against you, but it doesn't feel like it's dragging you under. You just kind of feel like you feel an attraction to the bottom of the ocean.
I'll cast water breathing on myself and go deeper.
It is pitch black. You can go the direction you think is down, but it's hard to tell because it is dark. As you get farther and farther down, there's definitely like a pressure that you feel because there's, you know, the waves and the currents changing as you go deeper in. Temperature changes slightly. The sound, your ears pop. You get to a point where a slight panic brushes over you and can't really remember which way is up or down, left or right. You can breathe, but it's very difficult to know where you are. What do you do?
I'm gonna stop, take a couple deep water breaths. Close my eyes and just float and almost like trust fall. I'm gonna trust fall it a little bit.
You're buoyant. You're just hovering right there. It's like typically you would sink, but because of your feathers and your wings, you just, yeah.
Okay, and it doesn't, right, I'm just staying there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're moving.
I'm gonna say, I know you're there, give me some direction, tell me what to do. Like kind of a tinge of frustration.
Make a roll a D100.
Heavy difficulty till continue go.
Is that a 70? That's a 70.
There's no response.
Nothing here.
You're literally like offering like, I need to pay you back. What do you want from me? And then he's like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to pay you back.
Her nap is right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it is next time.
Well, I guess I'll just kind of sigh, a little defeated. And just say, well, you know where to find me, and I'll attempt to try and make my way up.
Make a nature check. With disadvantage because you can't see.
What's this rate? The lower one is a 19.
You start swimming where you think is up. There's like that pool you felt earlier seems to be fighting you as you try to swim what you think is up. Because you feel that pull from like this direction, you feel like the opposite must be up. So you start flapping your wings and throwing your hands up, trying to get out of the grasp of whatever this is that has a hold on you. And it's pitch black. Then you see from below you, as you're like, going up and going up, you see below you a illuminating orb. Larger than any of the dots you've seen. It's a large orb, just broadcasting light from below you. And it seems like that's where the tugging is coming from.
I'm gonna turn back around. Yeah, I'm going to turn the light.
All right, so I'm gonna,
Eaten by a giant glowing orb with scary fish.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the end of her story.
And we're.
yeah, so I'm gonna need you to roll 66s and then take away the bottom. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
I was like, hell yeah, some force damage. You want through a wormhole, baby. Shot out into space.
As you get closer, the orb becomes intensely larger. It's just, I mean, impressive. As you get closer, it starts to consume the bottom of the ocean floor. From far away, it looked like a large orb, but as you get closer, I mean, it's like you're this little speck, and this orb is now so big that you can't see any part of below you that's not this bright white light. Coloring, of course, the ocean around you, this sapphire blue, this dark blue. You're now within touching distance of the orb. And you feel this reverberating, I could just put on heavy bass on that, but you feel this reverberating from the orb itself. You don't hear any like voices or speaking, but it's just like a.
Am I still feeling the soul?
Oh yeah. But it's weird. It doesn't feel like it's literally pulling you in. It just feels like there's a tug at you.
Yeah.
It feels like someone has like they're pinching the back of your shirt and you're walking away, right? It's not actually pulling you back, but you definitely feel like a little bit of a snag.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it feels like.
Okay. Reach out.
Need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, no.
10.
All right, so who's next? You are at the moment unconscious.
Oh, just say.
We'll
Great.
see you in 6
In
days.
the water, or like,
Yeah, no one knows where I am. This is great.
is she in the ocean?
Her story is paused for a moment. Who else wants to?
Didn't bother texting somebody and letting them know you want.
Yeah, come on.
Have them go out to the water.
Didn't you just get those sending? Yeah, didn't you just get those? Okay.
Okay, so I do want to go and talk for a day. For my loss is some like diamonds.
Okay,
It's first off.
I figured. Unless you really want to look at them
I just
closely.
really wanted to
Yeah.
check my weapons.
Close up first. So where would I find the time loss at?
With downtime, it's just you find it. I mean, that's kind of the point. You're just like, if you're looking for it, you're able to find it.
Okay.
I mean, it may take you a couple of days to find the specifics, but you know where to look. Like you've seen like general stores, you've seen Jeffy's shop, like you know kind of where to look for certain stuff. But you're able to find it. Again, you have 6 days, so like you have plenty of time to find something like that.
Okay. And then I get the diamonds as well.
Mhm.
Okay. And then majority of my time.
How many diamonds are you looking for?
It just says 100 GP.
Okay, so how many of those do you want? 3. So just take off 300 gold pieces from your inventory. Anything else you're trying to do?
Yeah, so every night I will, before the sun, like hour before the sunset, I will go out with the forest. And just find a spot, just kind of be with the nature. And then as the sun is setting, I watch the sunset. The moon comes up, and that's when I will meditate to the night and just do that every night until.
Mhm. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's easy enough. You get your items that you're looking for. Everything kind of goes smoothly for you.
Now that you're an only child.
Two Christmases. Yeah, yeah,
Double the present.
yeah, totally works out great for you. You're more alive than ever.
God loves you, man.
Yeah, you really feel the radiance and protection of Luna.
Your pulse is never going.
Yeah. Just keep breathing. It's weird.
Hey, did you die?
I'm doing great.
No,
Oh, you're in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Literally doesn't
Uh,
feel like-
She's unconscious.
Well, I'm
She
conscious
touched a
underwater.
giant
Well,
ball.
I have noticed that.
Miles below the depths, and we don't know what's happened since.
She's unconscious and now her story is paused.
Yeah, there's this giant spear that was very small, almost in it.
Yeah.
It's that awkward moment in the
It's like-
show, you can't handle another second, so you pause and walk away. You have to let yourself.
No, I thought of it more of like a cliffhanger
Like
before
a-
that.
Oh, yeah, no, cliffhanger for sure.
Now we're looking at all the other stories and everybody's like, what happened? Yeah.
And this is my room. Are we going back to it? No, and this is my room.
All right, MTV, check out my crib.
I'm assuming I would do this to
You didn't say so. Who's next?
What are you doing, man?
I'll go next.
Yeah.
Benjamin's gonna do a little bit of shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, get like some new leather.
Oh.
Don't.
What? Oh, okay, I'm not gonna do that.
He said, don't.
I'm going to.
Your money's no good here.
I'll go shopping, I'll browse, but I won't buy anything.
Just maybe not any like leather armor or anything.
Just aggressively haggle that we give you a price to go, you know, on second time. I think I'll just walk away.
You lost yourself a customer.
Yeah. But bring on my price, damn.
I'll probably talk to my blade a little bit.
That's not crazy cat stuff.
You just hear voices coming in my
Yeah.
room.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, where are you talking to this blade at?
Dark
I'm gonna,
corners. and-
Yeah, he found an alleyway, the one alleyway in the city, and he's like, "That's my spot."
to avoid looking weird to people, I'm gonna.
The half-furred cat.
Like
Yeah.
when I'm walking around or maybe like at night or something like that, like when I'm waiting for everybody, I'll
Not in his bedroom.
Walking through the city at night as an assassin road, talking through it.
He throws his hood up to not look suspicious, and he pulls out his blade. He's like, "Hello, gorgeous."
You want some blood? I want some blood.
basically that. Yeah.
Okay. What do you say to initiate your conversation?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, what's up, Jordan?
Well, hello.
What kind of shenanigans do you want to get into today?
Oh, God.
He is slightly turned on.
Listen, I'm bored. I'm really up to you.
What are you wearing?
Not leather.
That's sweet.
You kind of see that like that red streak kind of go through the broken mirror part of this blade, and that familiar reflection smiles back at you. I'm hungry. You haven't fed me in days.
Trying to think if I should, no, I should go like just kill somebody right now.
Why not?
Yeah, you can go hunting for maybe like a.
Aren't you an assassin?
Yeah, but we have these rooms that I want to go to, and
What's your moral alignment?
I'm good, but I'm a little,
Yeah.
Why let these people ruin your life?
I wouldn't say good work, but I feel like a good group.
They put so many restrictions on you. what you can do, who you can't kill.
I wouldn't say that necessarily.
But we do say that.
Hmm.
Just a taste. Someone insignificant. It won't be missed.
He started acting
Oh,
like
I was walking. Where are you going on that? Voice inside of
Oh, Batman would just probably.
I was gonna say that.
And
Can I,
like
like,
a robber or something.
can I patrol the streets of crime at night?
Oh, you see on the chimney, and the tail come wrapping around the front.
Catman.
Yeah, I wanna get on top of like a building on a corner and just kind of like perch there
Oh
with
my God,
like
the
my
evil.
blade and like just
Some
kind of.
buggers.
Yes. You see the blade have this like look of pleasure, of just like giddy excitement at the idea of hunting down someone, regardless of what they're doing. But you perch on top of a building, kind of looking down, scoping things out, night after night, finding small petty thieves doing things. One night you see, leaving Bard's balcony, you see a woman kind of walking back down because it's at the top of the mountain. You see them walking down that like staircase that goes all the way down the side of the mountain. And you see two men kind of step out in front of her.
There you go.
And you can't hear what they're saying, but you can definitely get from the vibe that they're either trying to mug her or do some other sort of unspeakable things. The blade whispers, maybe not so innocent. Hey, if you want to burn it, if you want to,
Twice in 2 days.
you can literally just throw it away.
Clear at me.
Oh my God, yes.
That
Yes.
is the bane of his existence.
Why? Because it's always
Because it does that.
that.
That shakes.
Stupid ass plant. Every other plant has like its spot. It's like, cool, I've got this pot. I go a little bit outside the pot. This plant's like, oh, that's my pot. Ha! It's fun to stay at the. All right. Anyways,
Alright, so
As you murdered these two people.
I'm gonna sneak attack both of them from behind.
DM has created a robbery just for you.
you don't even need to roll.
Okay.
These are just like civilians. Yeah, they have like 5 hit points. You're able to very quickly dispose of both men.
Right in front of this poor lady.
Yeah. Do you say anything to the woman, or do you just and disappear?
I'm gonna like just like kill him really like brutally,
Uh-huh.
and then like look at her and just like give her a nod, and then
You hear like,
Say no.
yeah, you hear like her as you like walk away. She's like, the hero this town needs.
Just John Wick style, killing people with a knife, and just like.
How was that?
I was really hoping you were gonna throw a catchphrase.
Yeah.
All right. So over the course of the week, you become quite the vigilante in the Reckon Oasis. Let's just say you've
Criminals are
Find us out, I'll tell you
Just petty thieves,
Uh,
man, bro.
oh.
What do you think of it?
yeah, that was probably the most severe of all the crimes that were paid. You saw someone jaywalking. You saw people trying to steal from shops. You saw people try to like
The sign says no longer.
you saw like attempted muggings and stuff like that. But yeah, over the course of the week, you definitely feed both your own desires to solve and stop these crimes, but also heavily influenced by the devil on your shoulder, which is Ragazul, as he speaks with you and every time congratulates you and thanks you for this feast.
I'm questioning your morals right now.
Yeah, as if you've never like contemplated stealing.
I mean, yeah, I'm over here investigating people I'm trying to kill.
I was like, one of the first things you guys all did with Benjen is like break into a house and murder a guy. Like,
Yes, so.
We
I mean,
did
he wasn't a
murder
good guy,
child,
but you
so-
murdered him.
Yeah.
I've already almost died.
I know, shit. I can't wait to see what happens.
All right,
I'll go next.
Benjen, Petra.
Unless you're done.
No, yeah, he said he was done.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so I have a couple things.
17 pages.
No,
Yeah.
I just made.
We're not-
Peter's list
we're not
of
gonna-
things that I
I'm not
wanna
gonna
do.
orient this thing.
Okay, so have I already
Yes.
gotten have I already gotten attuned to that broom?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, days ago.
well, let's just assume that over these 6 days, I'm definitely gonna be practicing flying on a broom because I feel like it would take some practice. So before I like have to fly for like my life or anything, I wanna make sure that I can do that
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah, you
great,
pick up
great.
on it. You pick up on it way too easily.
Perfect.
You're a,
You are air.
yeah, you're an
I know.
air genasi. You're
Well,
and you're
the
a
only thing
monk,
I can
so
do is,
like
levitate, and I have to cast out on myself.
yeah, but you
So-
still are just in tune with the element of air, and also you're a monk, super dexterous. So like things like acrobatics on a broom, it's just super easy for you to pick that up.
You're just surfing on it right now.
Yeah, you don't even use your hands. Yeah, it's
Oh
just
my
all.
god, that's the only way I'm riding it now, so I can start forward.
Mhm.
Yeah, through the air.
I want to, you know, like those skim boards where like they run and throw it underneath them at a full
Yes,
sprint. That's what I
That is
imagine. Yeah.
absolutely what I'm doing. Stay.
Cowabunga,
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
and I think that when I talked to Sage and Zinro, when I asked you if you had that book, yeah, you gave it to me. So, yes, I want to read up in that book.
Never heard of it.
And so I want to read that book and see how much I can learn about the Oniric plane, because I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can go there without just like by chance,
Mhm.
right? So I know it's a dream plane, but is there any way that I can like, I guess maybe try to learn to like astral project in a way, like as I go to sleep so that I can make sure that I get there? Or, you know.
Yeah. So.
I'm willing instead of just, like,
So
by chance.
yeah, reading in the book, you do notice that there's been a lot of different people try to access or find the door,
Mhm.
right, to get in. They've tried different sort of, like you said, kind of astral projections of like trying magical means to get there. They've tried different before going to sleep ailments and different herbs and potions that they try to drink before they go to bed to try to access that place. You've even heard of people trying to have other people assist them enter that world during their dream while they start to fall asleep and like push them backwards into a tub of water.
Yeah.
Really? No one Inception there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And then
Went to Constantine. That's
no, totally Inception.
He's not.
Fucking haven't seen Inception?
You've never seen.
Oh, I bet
Inception?
you really like it.
Yeah, you would fucking love Inception.
I bet you
Yeah, hold on.
really-
Everyone talk shit about Adam for a second. Hold on. We can't
Yeah, we can't.
stand this
Yeah.
guy.
Continue on.
In the book, is it its own plane of existence?
Yes.
As in, would I know that plane shift as an ability could get us there?
Yes.
Okay, I can take you there.
But,
Hey, little mama, I can take you there.
Can I learn like?
Whenever you
No,
get
I
to a
thought
certain
it
level.
was level 7.
Well,
It is.
still a level above you. 2 levels above you.
Yeah.
You guys are 12.
Remember that
That
witch?
would But that would get me there.
I'll just need the next day to come back. I can do it.
Yeah, okay, cool, so just like leave me there for a bit.
We can take everybody. I can take 8 creatures of blue.
No, I know that, but then like,
It's a long time.
that's a long time in that plane.
What's
Like,
not?
yes, it
It's
is.
the opposite
One
way
day.
around. You were in and out of the stone on an instant.
You'd be there, spend a day, and come back within about 10 seconds in this point.
On the other way, you spent 3 years. We spent 30 seconds.
Oh, right, because then it'd be, okay.
Yeah. So if he were to leave you there and wait a day to cast it again, that'd be
You would be waiting a
years.
long time.
Right, that's, okay,
But if
yeah,
we
yeah,
all went together.
okay, great, cool. So, but nothing in the book has said anything besides the plane shift.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of, so the book isn't like a textbook. It's like written trials of people who've studied it. So they've given different experiments of trying to get there. But a lot of the, I mean, that's just a small portion of the book. Mainly the book is talking about people who have experience going to the Aniric plane, their own testimonials about the hell that they, experienced. But you do also see people talking about the Oniric plane in a positive light, kind of in a semi-cultish way. People talking about how they saw their childhood and could interact with it, and they spent blank amount of time with friends and family and, long passed away uncles, and then they come back and it's like no time has passed. So it's almost like they got to go and they got to visit heaven, right, in their own, cultish way. You're seeing that the Oniric plane is not inherently chaotic or evil. It's just your own perception of how you go there. So you're seeing a lot of different, most of them are terrifying.
Yes.
Most of them are talking about how, they felt like they were starving and going to die of thirst for a decade. Without ever having a drink of water, but not dying.
Yeah.
And then they come back and people are like, what do you mean? You were just asleep overnight. And their whole life is fucked, right? So things like that are what you see most of it. But every once in a while you see like a testimony of someone like, I don't know what these people are talking about. I had a great experience. I got to see my dog. It's like stuff like that where it's like, I didn't see any hellscape. I saw a nice meadow and there was, the ocean and there was like a beach, like everyone had a different experience. It's a dream world, dream plane.
Okay. I also, like, if I didn't find exactly what I was looking for in that book, see if there was any like, library or bookstore or something trying to learn more about high school specifically. And also the eye. Like if there's any possible way to get it, like.
If you want to travel down to Venovia,
Yeah.
you'd be able to find more info. If you're
Yeah.
trying to just look in Reckon Oasis,
I'll
you're
go-
not going to find too
I got
much.
20 days.
Okay, so yeah, if you go down there,
Yeah, I'll go with Creed. on
There you
one
go.
of the days.
Oh,
With them,
makes
'cause
sense.
I want to go to like.
okay, cool. But yeah, when you get there, you definitely find more information on the eye. But again, it seems more rumored. It seems like it seems like Orion as a god was more of like a scary story they told kids. It seems like most of the books you're finding are from like crazy people. It's like in sections of the library where they're like, no one reads that junk.
I'll still take it.
Conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the Alex Jones part of the library.
Turn Trump's kids. I told you, listen, I'm gonna turn.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff like that. It's like a lot of like these crazy far-fetched ideas. Like, yeah, they talk about the eye and they talk about the touch by name. They even mention the blood in the same like part of it. And then a couple stories later, they're talking about, a dragon that fell in love with, a farm animal, and things like that. Like, it's just like a crazy spectrum of ideas, but now you're wondering, what did that donkey say, right? Like,
Yeah.
you gotta figure out, like, dude, I throw references all day, Is this your first game with me? Come on. So yeah, you're able to find stuff, lots of good information, but it definitely makes you question like how much of this shit is actually real, in a good and bad way.
Yeah, that's so great.
Are you
I'll
looking
put
for
those-
anything specific about those items? Maybe that'll help me with like the lore dump if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, I guess I just, like, we're trying to decide how to destroy the eye. We have the eye. It can be destroyed. So I didn't know if there was any like lore or conspiracies about how it could be destroyed.
So in these books, they talk about the eye as like a physical piece of Orion, the touch as a physical manifestation of Orion, the blood, all of these things are like pieces of Orion that have been kind of split over time and separated to try to keep him from coming back. You never see anything mentioned about the creation or the destruction of those devices or those items. And I mean, you definitely find multiple references that talk about it. It's not like this hidden,
Right, yeah.
like shunned idea. It's just people don't really take it seriously because they're like, there was never a lot of these people, especially in Venovia, don't really ever believe that there was a War of the Gods because they're not eternal like they are in Fintheon, right? In Fintheon, there's only been like 2 generations since the War of the Gods, but that's been 3,000 years ago. So I mean, it's a little bit different.
And, if I remember correctly, it was like it was called the Divergence, right? And Nazgul was a prince of soul, right?
Mhm.
But then he
Who's a son?
recruited by Orion to revolt against Soul.
Mhm.
Okay, so Soul
Exactly right.
will be used to probably help us in some way. That's my. Okay,
I
great.
mean, it sounds like something he might
Yeah,
do.
something like that. Okay. Well, great. I'll take whatever books have even the conspiracy theories about dragons and junkies.
I thought you were gonna say about Soul. I was like, well, there's a lot of books about Soul.
Well,
It's like the god.
I'm not gonna take books about Soul. I'll ask this big
You
guy,
right here.
but I am.
I already know.
No, I know. I'm not gonna get any books. But I'll ask you kind of questions on Soul.
Oh, you do see, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, sorry. You do see when you're reading about Mezgul and the Divergence and all that, that he used to go by a different name. I think I told you guys that. His name used to be Mirian.
Say again?
Mirian,
Miriam before
M-
it was Mezgul.
Myrian.
Okay, thank you.
That was his name given by Soul. Because he was a son, of Soul.
Of a different thing. Are there mentions of any other children of Soul?
Yes,
What are their names?
Mezgul,
Wait, what name is Mezgul?
Mercule.
That's
Sorry.
his soul given name?
Mercule did not take any name. In these books, again, this is just kind of lore dump, and I know it's kind of
Yes,
maybe kind of boring for some of y'all, but
I know, I'm sorry.
So
I'm
Mezgul,
sorry.
so Mirian, about 2,000 years before the Divergence, figured out that he was able to visit the mortals in their dreams. He figured out a way to do it. And as most things, it's completely innocent. He was able to create these pictures for people to experience when they're sleeping. And it brought him a lot of joy seeing it bring them joy. But over the years, he became contacted by, as we all know now, as Orion. And in that corruption over time, it's not something that just happened. In kind of in his ear was whispered these things like, well, what if you mess with them a little bit? Why don't you throw in the first nightmare, right? And watch him wake up in terror. And he did. And then he enjoyed that way more than watching them wake up smiling. And so he started doing more nightmares, and he started creating his own theater production almost of these different events happening in their mind, these different boogeymen. And through these dreams created these mythical, creatures that people were scared of. And then he found out that he could physically go into these dreams, not just create the image, he could be there. And when he captured his first soul, accidentally, without this sounding weird, when he captured the first soul essentially took away his divinity, saying you are not pure. He gave him too many chances to stop messing this up. And he took away his divinity. And when this happened, just so happened was around the same time as Orion and his legion of anti-gods rose up against Sol and Luna and Ulmo and so many others. Elias grew at that point. And that's where Orion gave Miriam the new title Mezgul, saying, you are no longer a son of Sol. You are your own god. And here is your plane. And Orion actually created the Oniric plane for Mezgul to rule. So you can't kick him out of the celestial plane. Here, have your own.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mercule. Except Mercule didn't do it out of despite or to be a rebel. What you read is Mercule was given the divine job of being the valet of the underworld. Soul.
Okay.
And so Mercule plays this interesting role where, yes, he's a son of Soul, but he deals primarily in what Soul wants nothing to do with, which is death. So yeah, he's a son of Soul, but he's not really connected. He's not really a part of him. Just like he's not really evil by any means. Just death is a part of life. It's just the part no one wants to talk about. So Mercule has his own role to play. That's why his name didn't change, because he was never a turn. Yeah, he didn't.
There's no markup.
Unfortunately, in war, business is booming for Mercule
Yeah.
during times of war. So
That was awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, great. The only other thing that I really wanted to do besides getting that information was to write some sort of, the last I heard that my mom was released from prison by
Mhm.
Balin. So I don't know, I guess, I assume that she's still living in the place that she was before she was taken to prison, somewhere on the outskirts of India.
Mhm.
Right? So I'm gonna try and send her a letter of some sort, letting her know that I may or may not have run into my dad.
Yeah, you can definitely send a letter.
Yeah, okay.
But I believe you guys got the sending medallions to
Oh,
send to each
right.
other.
Yes, during these 6 days.
Yeah, you can send a letter, or that will take longer than 6 days to get there and get back, or
Right.
you can wait until your room is done and send a sending spell
I'll wait
from the
till that.
room.
Let's do that.
You can do it however you want, but
I'll wait so I can have like.
yeah, it's just like a reminder, because I had told Hannah, because she was a bit confused of what those were when she bought them. Those aren't sending, those necklaces can't send to anyone. Those are like walkie-talkies. That just means you can at any time send to each other, but those are unlimited. You can at
Yeah.
any time send using those medallions.
Perfect.
Doesn't mean you can use that to cast sending to someone else.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of confusion between Hannah and
Yeah,
myself. So
no
I just
worries. And then I'll wait for the house to be done so that I can send.
cool.
that way.
Well then,
That's all I got.
cool. We have Xeris and Zenro. I think we went alphabetically because Vitra just went. So I believe Xeris, you're up.
Yeah.
That's
I know we're
awesome.
like going back now. It's like, well, Silex went first.
I hate to be the one to tell you, but Benjamin starts with a B. So
I forgot about
I
Benjamin.
didn't want to say it due to the environment of the room.
Yeah, wait.
I'm not there to read the room, so I just gotta.
You're right. You're right. Zenro, you go first. All right, Xeris, what do you want to do?
All right, I'll keep it pretty simple, because Xeris is a simple man. I just want to learn everything and all that I can about Elias.
About what?
Elias.
Oh, Elias. I thought you said about Silex. And I was like,
Yeah,
I was like,
Silex,
all right.
buddy. Me and you, let's just hook up for the week, and then.
yeah, he's
Are
over
you
there
gonna
trying to forge, and he's just like,
Let's talk, Silex. Fuck off.
So Cyrix, tell me about your father.
yeah, Silex, tell us about your father. If we're doing that.
I guess I just have a few questions before we start. Are there like temples for Elias anywhere? Or is he kind of just like a minor on his own thing kind of god?
Yeah, so he's like a god that being more of a like patron. He doesn't really have like temples. He's more of like, you sign on through blood, right? Like you're kind of committed to him in a different way than you would be to, like Soul or another god. Like Zenro was able to just stop, being a follower of Soul. Can't really do that with Elias.
I mean, who would want to?
That's a good point. But he is not an evil patron, right? He is a lawfully good being. He wants the world to be good. He wants people to, get the best out of themselves. Unfortunately, the way he feels the best of someone is through being the best physically and intimidatingly. So like he wants to be like the best version of yourself is like jacked and like a warrior, you know, like it doesn't matter how intellectual you are as long as you can kick someone's ass.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like theirs.
Right. And so that's kind of his whole thing. But yeah, I mean, he lives in the city of the skies, which is what they call it. Karas Minel is what the gods call like where they stay in Celestia. After he was converted, I think I kind of sent you guys this already, but after he was kind of given godhood, he spent like almost 2,000 years in that city, like perfecting his art of war against other gods, like practicing and training against the likes of Sol and Ulmo and other like heavy hitters, right, to practice war against. So then when he goes back to mortals, it's like, what's the point, right? Where's the challenge? But yeah, there's no temples. He's pretty much all just in your head. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't build him a temple. It's just you haven't ever come across one.
No, yeah, and I wasn't focusing on building one. I guess since he's in the head, the best way would probably be like some sort of meditation, I guess, or like commune.
Probably.
All right.
I can tell you yes or no, but probably. You know, you haven't tried, because it'd be hilarious to imagine Xeris just like, you know, but
Well, I had a different idea for meditation.
right.
So being Ceres and being not the brightest, I'm sure,
Mhm.
has learned probably 3 major things about Elias. 1, he gives power. 2, he likes battle. And 3, that's probably how I'm going to talk to him. So I'm going to go on these little treks to the forest to find things to battle. And during the battle, I will attempt to talk to Elias. That'll be my commune attempt.
Those poor deer.
I was gonna say, okay, well, yeah. I mean, you run into you obviously have spent times tracking and hunting, so you find some like wild boar. It's like the World of Warcraft episode of South Park where you're just fighting boar for
no
hours.
axe, just hands though. You know, just
Do you
Yeah.
hear a nod as you guys both decide to go killing each
Nod at each other and then for the next 6
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, but he brings back bacon.
Yeah.
Hey, he brings back murder. It's part of our group dynamic. I get it. There was the kid early on, the whole bar. It's what we do.
Yeah, it's never going to forget the kid.
Remember the time? Yeah, you killed
With 3 sessions in.
So yeah, you're definitely able to do that as you
Cool.
start to fight some of these boars and deer.
I'm assuming there's like some like
Rabbits.
highwaymen that I'll take out, you know, like
Sure, yeah. There's
whatever,
highwaymen.
I'm fine. I'm
Um,
sure there's trails, you know.
yeah, you find this really quaint little village of monks.
Very quaint. It wasn't for long.
Just fucking murder everyone.
No, you're not gonna do that.
You're like keto.
No.
You're like ditto. But yeah, you're definitely able to do that. And through your trance and like as you start to just, you know, blood's flowing and spraying and you kind of feel like your bare hands like just like you have like fur and blood underneath your fingernails as you just like ripping people apart. You chose to go this route. Yeah, you kill like exclusively squirrels for like 5 minutes straight, like everyone you see. But yeah, you kind of feel the presence of Elias in a way that like doesn't feel like just giving you more strength whenever you hit. You don't just feel like there's like an additional power, but you do feel like it's almost like when someone's trying to teach you how to, I don't know, like swing a golf club or something like that. They're like holding your hands in the right way, you know, like not necessarily forcing you to do anything, but helping you like guide that punch, or like you feel the presence make you, I don't know, more lethal than you already are. And you start to feel like that magical surge go through you even when you're just punching.
Yeah, we've all seen Ghost. I get it.
And
Have you seen that movie? Good.
We will
Oh,
decide
yes.
who judge you.
Want to go for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
cool.
I'm not a movie person. Oh my God.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to do that and you go back. Is there anything else you want to do on your downtime, or you just wanted to like kill some animals?
Yeah.
It's basically going to be 6 days of just really trying to like connect with Elias. My goal is to like become more devoted in the end, and maybe be the first devout follower of Elias, you know, if he doesn't have any like crazy temples.
You'll be the first crazy one.
I'll be the first crazy one, you know, cult leader. It's cool.
Later, there we go. Cool. Well then, Zinro.
Yeah, that's not-
He's choosing to be crazy. He's
I got some information from there. While we're in that town, I would indeed like to search ahead for ivory strips and things to do legend.
In Vonovia?
And
Yeah,
Vonovia,
you can
yeah.
find all that.
Okay, I took off 2,000 gold for that. Well, two things. I need to find 2 bowls for any particular hero's feast I want to do.
Okay.
So just expensive items like that. I can take off more gold for that one. Then I commissioned somebody to make me a life-sized skull out of black obsidian
Later.
kind of glass.
Later.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't do that. I don't do that at all.
You negotiate.
I
And you say,
kinda-
no, we're not.
I'm kind of annoyed you asked me to do that. Actually.
They only have roast pork, so he wasn't interested.
Oh, that, the only thing I didn't have.
Like that.
That's not bad. That's right. Okay, I don't do that, but I do escort them and kind of get the vibe of the area a little bit, see if there's any sort of religious conversation. Yeah, because I just realized I'm in Italy for no reason. Yeah, I did go to the library. I got that information. That's
Yeah,
good.
that you did.
Um,
We bonded.
It's hard to be
Yeah, we
No,
bonded.
no, I got it. Don't worry.
And you told me about, the plane shift thing. so
Yes,
it's helpful.
yes,
Thank
indeed.
you.
Yeah. You
Okay.
travel
And
there for that.
Then I guess the other thing I would do is every other day when I have downtime, I will scry on Freyr.
Ooh. Shit.
I don't want to do it directly to Mafia because I just feel like she would be like, now I know where you're at. I'm like, well, fuck, what's the time?
Well, damn. I think she's.
Actually, we could do
Can
it
you
while.
scry out of your temple? Like, I know you said.
Well, that's a
you
good,
could scry on
I
you.
would, no, I think, I
Can
would
you
imagine
scry out
in
of
the
it?
temple I can go out, it's just other things, I can choose actually a limited number of certain characters, I thought it was just one, but it says in there I could do Fades, Celestial, Fiends, anyone I want, and not see it, use rest sensors. So I guess I'll do that from inside my place, now that I thought about that, now that he's thought about that.
Which made Zinner think about
Which made-
that.
And then it works out because the next thing I wanna do is I wanna put up my temple
I won't like
every
this.
day
It takes me from there.
towards the middle of the town.
Me
to
too.
To see if people will visit it, and I will attempt to spread any sort of potential gospel. As my previous role,
Missionary.
as my previous role in Soul was already
Like
kind of
bitch to
had it.
Jehovah.
You know, it's not like any new priest is like, yeah, we know God, Jesus did it. But I'm trying to, it's hard to be inviting, being kind of like a somewhat
And
decaying
passing out
corpse.
books to everybody about
No,
it.
well, no, it's just like my building pops up in the middle of nowhere. And so somebody's gonna be like, what's this? And I'm gonna be like,
Yeah, there's
would
definitely
you like a view of death? That's probably not the best line.
there's a few people that come and stop by and like kind of hear you out. Obviously a couple people who scoff and walk away, but there are definitely a surprising number of people who are more interested in what the afterlife or in between has to offer.
Yeah, I definitely don't put any sort of fear in them. I don't say like that's coming for you at the end is not. I just, just be like,
Love Jesus or die.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just know, just
I
know
kill
that-
everybody who stops and walks away.
My friend, death come for us all. It's around the corner. It's cat.
But yeah, you have a couple of people kind of stop in and do you deliver any sort of sermon, or is it just more of like come check out
I
the temple?
I ask them what their questions are, and if any sort of honesty comes up, I guess I might say, I have traveled to that realm and back. And if you are a believer of soul, then I wish you well for that. Or if you're a believer of such and such other gods, amen. And be like, then great, but know that there is always one who can open your eyes to the next realm or will accept you. And anybody who's interested in it, I just go, you'll find no temples. He's not exactly praised, but just know if you reach out to him, he may reach to you. And bridge the gap while you're still living until the moment where you meet him afterwards. And it just kind of.
You have like a bunch of little coins made. that you
Yeah,
hand
well,
out?
that could be neat. Yeah, probably could maybe do that.
Little triangle.
Yeah, a little triangle. Actually, it would just be a triangle like a
Skull.
black center, not even a
Yeah.
skull. Yeah, nice Pinocchio's we praise and we hand them off that and just try my best at that because I don't know what he wanted from me at the moment. But yes, other than that, I do scry and from inside the temple outward. And if anybody, is talking about somebody who's dead, I might potentially.
There's been a few people that have come and talked to you about a few like husbands that died in war. There's a couple of grieving spouses that recently within the past week have lost their significant other. Not sure why.
Good business, I guess.
You went out for some milk and bread and you didn't come back.
He didn't pay for the milk and bread.
But yeah, I generally do some work of that nature just because I've never done it before. I'm sure it's probably rough for a little bit, but I do any sort of assurances.
You successfully scry on Freyr as he failed his wisdom save. He does not know that it's happening. He is not in some icy, blizzard-ridden place. He seems to be riding horseback as part of a army of Fintheon soldiers. But he does not look like he did when you last saw him. He looks elegant. He has a large, looks like from what you can tell, maybe some sort of extremely large grizzly or maybe an owlbear pelt cloak dripping down the back and over the back of the horse. He's wearing these black robes with this red inlay going all the way through. Looks very finely made. He's got this armor made of this extremely nice looking like Damascus steel, like a gunmetal style Damascus on his like legs and shoulders. But the biggest and noticeable difference is he's no longer wearing his tiara, as I joked about. He no longer has that distinguishable golden blonde hair. It's like chopped off. It's a slicked back black hair. Still the same face, but a very different looking person.
It is unmistakable. He's around an army.
He's leading an army of Fintheon elves. You don't know where exactly. It's just like a path, like it's a main road somewhere. It's like grass around, but it's definitely not snowing.
Okay, so he's on the march. I won't do it every other day like I thought I would. I just succeed once just to keep off the idea of him maybe feeling.
You do not see a multi or anything.
Okay.
Or at least from your bubble of perspective.
The next one is I guess how familiar am I with Silas's father? Because I'm curious.
I mean, you're familiar with him.
You know, okay.
Let's say it's a second hand.
Yeah, so it could be the +5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and try one of those days, do it on him to see one if he's still alive, because I don't know what the duties of Primus, or whatever it was called. Primus is. So I don't know how the war is going, so that might tell me what I'm looking for. So I go ahead and do that.
Go ahead.
I think it's your turn
Yeah.
if you want to make one.
What is your spell DC?
18.
So 13.
Yeah,
Or-
13. Well, actually 12, so that would be makes it.
Yeah, it's a 16 on the die.
Okay. So I try to don't make a connection there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. All the soldiers start to look the same.
I've never met him face to face. Yeah. Okay.
You're starting to forget what Silex actually used to look like.
Yeah,
too.
true. Think about it. And then
His little goatee.
I think of like who might else I want to look into, but I guess Balin will be the last one for me.
Oh, sorry.
He's kind of actually, you know what? Fuck it. What's Everon up to? What's that
Ooh,
slightly
so
bastard doing?
that's a first hand.
I was purposely avoiding him on certain different times, but this time I'm like, fuck it. What's he doing?
I mean, yeah,
Now that I
that's
feel like everything is relatively settled, like Aubrey's fine. I'm sure it's difficult.
that's a 4. Oh shit. Okay.
I hope he's having trouble peeing. Just sounds like it's annoying.
With old age. Eberron seems to be within, at this moment, within his, what you would imagine is his quarters along the High Council in Fithion.
It's in his office.
Mhm.
Notes.
Yeah, just kind of scribbling things at his desk. A little bit messy and cluttered, but
Does he appear stressed?
always.
Always.
Yeah.
Has he aged in the century?
Not that you can tell. I mean, he looks almost exactly as you remember. He is wearing, I will say the biggest distinguishable difference is that even though he's in his safety of his room within the castle, he is wearing armor. He's sitting at his desk, not in his robes like he usually would be, but he's wearing his like armor. Yeah. Like it's still white and green trimmed and everything, but it's, yeah.
I just stalk him, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you get 10 minutes. And I get
Just
10
10 minutes,
minutes. I stare at his face, and I think towards the end of it, I get too worked up, and I just think like I hate the fact that he's sitting there just doing his duties. Like I want him to be stressed, or I want him to be worrying about something.
Yeah. Well, he definitely looks stressed, like I said. We'll say,
You don't add any flavor.
no, but it will.
I don't know if I'll be able to
This
see
was
it in
something
the
that
paperwork, 'cause that's
would have
what I'm
happened
looking for.
differently anyway. So you see him at the table or at his desk, but you do hear from outside, you hear the occasional like soldier cry, yelling. You hear almost battle sounds.
So something's close down. I just find it.
It doesn't seem like right outside the window, but you do hear it. If you're just sitting there for like 10 minutes kind of watching him, you hear the occasional swords like clashing to shield. And
I guess if that's an obvious point, I was gonna say I could make some sort of check if you wanted to see specifically, am I getting like preparing?
yeah, good point. Yeah, is it like training or is it like a siege? So go ahead and roll a perception check. We'll say with advantage because you're there for 10 minutes, like being able to,
Soaking it all in.
yeah.
That's going to be.
Give the man advantage.
26.
That's good enough. It's a siege.
Okay.
Definitely hear conflict. You hear yelling, screaming, crying.
All right, good to know. I mean, I really didn't have anything else.
All right. Everyone completes their downtime. The end of the week, everyone meets back at the Bard's balcony except
Stop looking at
Hey,
it.
where's your sister?
I don't know.
Okay.
You didn't go to sleep with her last
That'd be
night?
gross.
Do you have different rooms? Did we get different rooms?
No.
But,
No. Would that have happened on like the
That's
last
not
night?
asking shade.
So did she disappear like day one?
I mean, no, she said she had to take care of some stuff. She went to go get the stuff from Jeffy a couple days, and then she said every night she tried to do that. So obviously not the first night. I mean, it's probably like the second or third. I mean, probably towards the latter half of the week, but you guys were all doing stuff. You can say, yeah, you maybe noticed like the second day she was missing, but now that it's like the final day, you're like, all right.
Haven't seen Sage in a while.
She said she was gonna go do some stuff. What was she doing? You know?
Yeah, it's been 3 days.
Yeah.
Uh,
You haven't heard from her?
She knows we're supposed to be at the house, right?
Yeah. she
This
said-
is moving day and she's ruining it.
Okay, well, shouldn't I have gotten the necklace by now?
Yeah, she gave you the necklace.
I have one in Sage.
Oh, great. I'm gonna send a message to her.
Be my guest.
Once that fails, I'll try.
I wouldn't have known. Okay, so,
I didn't say it's not gonna work. I just said be my guest.
I know it's not gonna work. Mandy knows. Hey, Sage. You're late. We're meeting to go see the finished house. Where are you?
You're still.
I'm just gonna wait for a second.
Be rude to like look at while she's,
Yeah.
maybe give it a few points.
So,
No,
beautiful day.
You don't know what she's doing.
No, no answer.
I can only assume she's gonna run water,
She didn't answer.
Take a look.
so we should probably go to the water.
Okay, now, I will go ahead and,
Squly.
have my eyes glazed over as we've seen so many times.
There's no roll needed because she's
Unconscious.
unconscious, so you're able to see darkness all around.
Almost like I see nothing.
No, you see her, but there's darkness all around. You see her floating, wings outstretched, just in the water.
That looks like suspended animation.
Mhm. Yeah, from your angle, it looks trippy.
I know
She's more than 1,000 feet away.
Is there any sort of indication as to like, other than like, in my head, it's almost so dark, it's almost like she's sitting in space.
Mhm.
So I don't know if there's water around.
Yeah, it's hard to tell that there's water. You get the idea after, because it's like 10 minutes, you get the idea that it's definitely in water after you kind of, yeah, you hear it. Like, it's like, you can tell the sound of like moving water, even from underneath. It's like, it even sounds like from inside. So it's like, you get it,
Yeah, I'll come out
but
and go.
finding her exactly, it's kind of tough.
Yes, we're probably going to need to do the locate creature. She's unconscious underneath, but I assume it's water.
Well, unless we get closer to some water in front of us.
That's not good.
Well, you can do a fish.
Do you know where your sister usually goes?
Usually you guys turn into a water animal when you go into the water. Did maybe she not do that?
I mean, usually, yes.
Oh, yes, so it's wild, yeah.
Oh, so she wasn't a fish.
A shark perhaps, maybe a squid, something that's very deep down.
I mean, no, usually, yeah, we would make sure to our creatures, but if she was doing something else over the water, she wouldn't choose.
Make a perception check.
Do you know how far down she was?
18.
You watching her float, you see a couple little fishies float by. You see, a little turtle. It's kind of in the background. You do not see a pulse or her chest expanding.
But I've seen
She's like,
her,
"What?"
I guess, concentration knocked off. She would have lost her gills that she didn't. I wouldn't see that.
From what you can tell, whether you share this with everyone else, she's dead.
I'm gonna keep that little tidbit to myself.
I'll
I'll just say she's unconscious.
Sorry you worked so hard on your room.
Bring her back. We don't need to worry about her.
She seems to be unconscious. There are fish down there, so I don't know how deep it is. I have no idea, knowing it's dark.
You can
So
do
there's
cast
lots
Well-
of-
locate creature.
I can cast like a creature and I can turn to a shark or.
Once
How
it
could
close
she have
to
stayed
water,
down
at
there
least,
so
then we know
long?
she's there.
Oh, yeah, that makes it-
Alright, I can do
Why
one
would
of
she have
these.
stayed down there so long? But she stayed there obviously before she died.
Oh, yeah, oh, I'm just, okay. I got it.
So you're gonna like cast locate creature?
At first I thought,
Well,
so
wait,
I
so
don't
we can-
know why she's still there.
Well, I know that.
So let's go to the closest to the beach that we can find. Yeah, so we're gonna go to the beach. I'm gonna tread in the water, cast locate creature, and shoot for a shark.
I'll do water breathing and,
If I could-
And I
Well, I
will
could go
just,
with you.
well, I'll hover.
and,
Because
I'm gonna stand.
You're the helicopter, like switching this.
I'm a helicopter now.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely hopping on my broom and
Yeah. I'm
scouring the waters as
But we
well.
can, we can see some type of replicable.
Right, yeah.
Well, I'm a shark this next.
and then I'll go with, rain.
Have you read Locate Creature?
It's like 1,000 feet, right?
Yeah, read the last line.
Is it a lie?
Oh,
No.
is there something?
The spell can't locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks the direct path between you and the creature.
Okay, well then I'll just check for shark.
Okay.
Ooh, what's those?
I'll be honest, I didn't know that was a thing. I was looking about the whole alive or not, and I saw that. I was like, well, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Wait, did the shark do the same thing?
No, sharks do not.
Okay, then.
Sharks got them nosy noses.
What would be
Blood,
better?
probably not.
What would be
Sage.
better?
I mean, I don't know D wise, but.
Is the orb still there?
You didn't see the orb.
Huh?
He didn't see the orb in the scrying.
I'm just
Well,
saying.
when you're
I don't know
flying,
D wise, if you can
You
utilize.
have locate object,
Tristan,
do that.
when you're
Do
flying
her-
up
do any
above,
item
can you
she
see
might have
like
on
an orb anywhere?
Can I see it more flying?
She has stuff, other stuff, yeah, your necklace.
Anything you would know, do that.
Okay, I'll do her necklace on the wall.
Do you wanna be,
She has
do
that
you
on.
wanna be kind here
No.
and say that? Okay.
What is
Did you
it?
say no?
What is it?
I know, I wouldn't have necessarily taken Find the Path as a prepared spell on.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, Find the Path allows me for 1 minute, allows me to find the shortest, most direct physical route to a specified fixed location that you're familiar with. And I'm going to see, on the same place of existence, I would say specifically her, or maybe an object on her, I would, wings, for example. And it takes me directly where it is, or the path leads me that way.
She can do locate object.
How far is it?
That's gonna work.
Yeah, how far it is and what direction it lies. While you're traveling there, whenever you're presented with a chance of or paths that automatically determine the shortest route for me. Not exactly the safest, is what it says. But so it only lasts, actually, I get it all day, so I can have it last for as long as I want. It takes a
Shit for
minute.
days, baby.
It says it's not finished up to a day. My brain was thinking I can have it for a day. So I can do that. Can I could I have just taken that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this is all technically out of downtime, so you could have taken it whenever.
Well, it's weird because like we would have discovered it, like, oh, wait tomorrow morning, I'll find her. She's not going anywhere.
I always like to think that like spells that you like choose happen when you like first wake up in the morning. You're like, all right, what are we doing today? You know, like that's
That's
how
what
I
I'm
always.
saying is I wouldn't have taken it at the start of the day, but if I known somebody was missing,
Right.
then I would have.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's totally
So,
fine.
And maybe in the last night, you would have like, oh.
Yeah,
it's
just-
a while. Let's check.
As
it
long
out
as
more."
it's not like in the middle of combat that you're like, oh, I'm taking this now. I'm like, obviously,
that's
because
right.
that's like specific, but stuff like this, I don't care.
Okay, yes, I do this thing. And I immediately am shown the pathway to where she is and where exactly she is in this water. And I tell you, when we go out there, I guess I swim or something. I just over there,
Do you need
however
breath?
far.
Can you breathe?
Technically, I don't breathe. but
He
it's
doesn't
up to
breathe.
him.
Okay, so then-
Actually, you know, I could just tag along.
Yeah, I think I'll help him move faster, because I think I move faster than you,
Oh, yeah.
so.
Unless I use my.
Everything, everyone moves faster than him.
Everyone's faster than me.
He moves too fast, he breaks a leg, you know?
Stop on the shark's back.
Yeah, when's the last time you thought you'd be riding a shark?
Never
Yeah,
possible.
laser beam.
But yes, I do that, and then anytime we need to turn or whatever, it's water, so I don't.
As expected, the path looks directly into the ocean.
How far do I realize how this is?
It's from where you're sitting now,
Yeah.
because from the Bardic balcony to the actual ocean front is probably about 500 feet. Maybe actually
I don't
probably
know how
farther.
deep into the water it is.
You're right. So if like it's about, let's say 1,000 feet from there to the ocean itself,
Okay.
she's another maybe 1,500 feet down. She went down.
She's a long way down, so book it.
What's that song about the ocean?
Ocean. Wait, ocean's
Just a few.
I'm
Oh, I know that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, it's not really.
Oh, yeah, it's by Blue December. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're done. Sorry.
Blue October.
Blue October.
Did you say Blue December?
I
I instantly thought that was wrong, but I was like, maybe it's a band I don't know of. And you say Blue October, it's like, that's right.
I was on the right track.
I fucking love Green April.
All right. So you hop. Who's all on the shark? Sorry, I'm trying to get an idea. Who's so you're swimming.
I'm flying on my phone.
Yeah. So you're a fish boy. You're a fish. You're still a zombie.
Yeah.
Are you going to?
No,
You?
you're flying above the ocean.
Cool. I'm just getting an idea.
Yeah, he's at shore.
I'm on the beach.
Yeah, because cat's in water. He's like, you know what? I'm with you in spirit. He like puts his little toe, puts his toe in the water. It's like, Zaris and you can hang out on the beach and
Yeah.
sip
Yeah,
a
I don't
pina-
swim well, water. Just
Cool. Well, you go down. It starts to get dark. You feel that same pressure. Every 300-400 feet, the temperature changes. Sometimes it gets cooler, sometimes it gets warmer as different currents clash. Sound is just a made up concept down here. You can't hear anything. Your ears pop dozens of times as you go deeper and deeper. It starts to get really uncomfortable how heavy the pressure is on all of you, even the shark. But especially you two. The pressure is deeply uncomfortable. But eventually you make it and you find Sage, floating just effortlessly, eyes open, wings expanded, not moving, not breathing.
How many people are down? So 1, 2, I mean, it's down. You, so just us 4. I go.
Don't waste your stuff.
No, I'm fine. This is fine. I grab onto her.
Yeah, cleric, don't do cleric shit.
Yeah. I grab onto her, and you see bubbles of air as I'm talking, I guess. And all of those, as I cast Word of Recall, and we splash into the temple that I created in town. And then I immediately assess if she's dead or not. Check for a pulse or medicine check or something. If you want that, or is it for you?
It's
I'll
awesome.
send a
I
message
guess
to
we
be
don't
sure.
know.
We're back in the temple in the city.
Yeah.
You're back
And
at
it's like a
school.
big, I imagine a splash of water just with
Mhm.
flavor.
Yes. They're back at the temple, let's go. But let's go tell Benjamin Zaris.
I don't check for medicine, check in, it's a 1, natural 1, and which brings it up to a 4.
Yeah, she's better than ever.
I feel like I'm smart to go, I think she's dead.
Yeah, you didn't need to do a check for that.
Okay.
Eyes are still open.
Yeah. I definitely.
We're not gonna be there yet.
I guess I will do the thing that clerics do. And I don't know
Pray.
how long she's been down there.
Cool.
Right?
If you could help me out,
I
you
do
big
see
guy.
that.
Yeah, I don't have any.
You're still a shark.
There's few people that maybe have found solace in this building. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god. The one lady who was just crying about her husband dying.
A shark.
Sharknado is real.
Yeah.
It's just a dead person. I'm doing the thing. I don't know. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna chance it. I'll just do resurrection. So a big 1,000-piece with a diamond to bring her back.
You guys see in this temple, there's like candles flickering, but they all go out. There's shadows climbing up the walls of this temple, covering and almost blocking any light from coming through the top. It's just a faint light as Zinro's over Sage's body. And he's like placing his hands on her stomach and chest, and there's this ichor of black magic coming through him. Describe how your resurrection works.
We're about to have rolls. So in the classical sense of D&D, like you cast a spell and things happen.
Yeah.
But usually DMs, if somebody has truly died, we have to make persuasions to the soul. At least this is what I'm assuming he's doing here. So we might have to do persuasion checks or something. That's what I'm getting, unless it's totally me overthinking it. All the fire goes out, except for, you see now there's a statue of the heavy robed figure, and you didn't notice it at first, but there's a little bit of like a chin from the skull as its mouth slowly opens. And I look towards it and I say, I don't think this one was meant for you. She's meant for another person to claim her. That cannot be done if you hold her hostage. But we'll give these diamonds. Rosin.
Make a religion or persuasion check. Or medicine, whatever is your strongest here.
Was it medicine, religion, or persuasion? Except for medicine.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
It was downtime.
You guys have downtime.
This is supposed to be fun.
It's my favorite quote I've ever heard.
Please title that.
Who dies during
Title
downtime?
the video of that this week. Who dies during
Oh my
downtime?
goodness.
You, I like to think that the statue's mouth closes and you like a. As my hands are on her, I make a 22 medicine check. And you see kind of like this energy go from me to her as my hands kind of almost deteriorate into bone and come back a little bit, as if forced from my nature to her.
Silex, you're standing here watching Zinro in his element, calling forth the power of Mercule, seeing literally the light of soul being stripped from this room.
I'm sorry.
What do you do to try to help save Sage in this moment?
I was expecting this. So he's over her body, correct?
Yeah, I'm like kneeling down and I just did this thing with the diamonds there as I'm focusing.
I don't know much about Mercule, but I know that he's the god of death, basically. Right?
Yep.
Am I wrong?
Pretty much
Yeah, pretty much like the,
layman's terms, yeah.
that's the best way to put it.
I'll walk away from Sage's body to the statue of the old man. And I'll get on my knees. It's like, I'll kind of bow my head. I'm not one for deities. But if in exchange will bring back my friend, I will make it. And I'll lay my rifle down. Heaven's wrath. And kind of like what Percy did and carve names into it. I will eliminate people for what cause. My friends are important. They're my family. And for me to survive, I need them.
You see the rifle kind of hover up to your eye level, and it starts to kind of spin slowly. And you see on the barrel, similar to Percy, you see it glow this like orange to fade to purple light, and etching on the front of one of the barrels, it says Lord Eberron. The rifle flips quickly, another brighter flash, and almost in bold letters, it starts to write Freyr Delphi, and then crater. And then the rifle falls back down. There's no roll needed for yours. Rain. You see Silex bowing down in front of the statue. You see Zinro praying to his deity. In this moment with your sister laying motionless and dead in front of you, what do you do in an act to bring her back?
I would say I have her head in my lap and I'm just like crying over her. I want to know where it's been. I want to ask Luna for help. This is not Luna's temple, and I don't know if she would do anything.
Gotta be quick. What are we
I know,
doing?
I know, I'm trying to think.
What's your instinct? What do you say?
I mean, I'm just crying so quickly. I go around, please help, please save her. I cannot with my sister. I need her in my life. She has a higher meaning than what she, I don't know, what is that I'm trying to say? She has her calling. And if she is not here, then she cannot do good in this world and help us defeat Mescal or Orion. Because we save her. We can do our duty to you.
Make a religion or persuasion check. Whatever's better. Yeah, whatever's better for you.
I am not proven.
I'm just telling you.
Literally.
Right now, at least we had like the 3 people that were probably the best to be there because I'm sure as hell.
Benji would be looking at his blade like,
Can I
one
finish
more.
off?
I was also like, I could fight for you.
Yeah, like a real fighter.
yeah, Mandy comes flying in on her broom like, Cowabunga! Oh!
Oh no.
Just
Yeah,
out
Derek's too.
of curiosity, are you saying this out loud?
Yeah,
Just because as you were getting done, I was, at least in the lore that I think we are okay with saying this, I was gonna be like, Soul was once a child, like Deluna. She was the stronger one once.
it's gonna do what you want. I wrote some.
Sage. There is through your unconscious, after you touch this orb, there is a moment of just immensity and radiance, and then there's nothing. And you can't look down and see yourself anymore. There's just no being to attach to your soul at the moment. There's this black floor, what looks like a floor. All around is just darkness, but the floor almost reflects a light that doesn't seem to be there. And you hear like the sound of like nice dress shoes on the floor, just kind of approaching. And a man stands in front of you in a kind of navy tailored suit, open collar, white shirt, pulled back blonde hair, kind of a long beard tied together at the base. One of those like kind of new money hipster guys, right? It's almost like a Viking dressed up, right? He looks into you. You're not a being right now, but he looks right at you. And in a seemingly normal voice, but slightly behind when his lips move. So you watch, hello, like right after his lips move, you see kind of echoed behind. He says, "Hello, Sage. Seems we've finally met. I'm Lord Olmo of the Sea. You finally made your journey here." And he looks up, and there's like these whispers, these echoes, this coldness. Doesn't look like we have much time. You know, your mother made this same journey. She also died for me. It's a shame you took her from me. She was my greatest asset. In a world where men fight over land, there's so much beauty in the oceans. Left all to me. Well, and my Centria. She's gone. Not gone, but no longer for me. But lucky you. You must now take that over. I'm not asking, just telling you that a partnership with myself requires sacrifice from you. Are you willing to sacrifice? Sage. There. You can respond.
I told you before when you,
Speak up a little bit for her.
Sorry.
I told you before, if you helped us save Ombre and bring back Centuria's body so I could try to bring her back, that I was yours. I have to live to that promise. That's why I'm here.
You understand what I ask you to sacrifice?
Starting to have an idea, even just being here.
You know, when the ocean rises and falls every day, that's not my doing. He looks up. It's hers. Every tide you feel, it's hers. Every wave, it's a balance between my control and her power. But I have power. I've been forgotten about here in the oceans. That's a sacrifice I must live with. Memories are something we cherish, but it can hold us back. I ask you to forget. If you want to be my child, you must forget about your family and all those who you have grown to love. That is the sacrifice you must make to me. Is that something you can do?
Well, I mean, let's be real here.
So I lose everything.
You trade. You lose memories of Finry, Centria, of that mortal woman. You can't take away all memories. Wouldn't know how to walk or eat. Just the ones who may turn your allegiance from me. When Centria died, she had no choice but to give up those memories. And I told her, I can't stop you from finding each other. I can't stop you from crossing paths. But you won't recognize your daughter when you see her. You won't recognize these people. Doesn't mean they don't exist. You'll just have to relearn how to build connections with people through my power, through my light, not hers, and not his. Through me, all life is possible. And through me, you can go back to your friends, but you will not know your mother or your father, or remember anything of that place in the forest.
Is the ability to love still there? Or do I lose that too?
No, I think he's just covering it.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Is the ability to love still there, or is that gone too?
I'm just taking your memories. You can't change your emotions. The whispering intensifies above you. It starts to get chilly, cold. But he does not waver, still stands before you.
I told you before that if this is what it took to save them, that this would be what I would do. It's not an easy choice, but I feel it's one that I have to make.
You see him kind of give this nod and then grin. He just kind of smiles, and both of his eyes go. The entire whites and color of his eyes are just beaming blue lights. And the rest of you, you see Sage. One of her eyes is now blue. The other is still green. She wakes up. Now, Sage. Hannah, more specifically.
Yeah.
You still recognize all these people. You still remember everything you guys have been through, except for Rain.
I'm surprised you didn't ask if you were going to forget.
Rain,
He said. No.
Rain is from your childhood. It's from your upbringing. Your memory of your childhood does not exist. You started living according to your now modified memory. You started living when you first arrived in Findlewin at the sanctuary with her, but you don't know her as your sister. You just know her as Rain, this person you've been traveling with. Any mention of her being a sister, of her being a family member, is gone from your brain. She's still a beloved friend, as
And she
everyone.
doesn't know what she originally looked like, does she?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't know what Rain ever looked like before.
Oh, that's right. Well, no, because she turned
Well, she would have turned.
unrealistically
That's true.
attractive during.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you
To
would.
ask, not-
Yeah.
not say.
Your life, as you know it, according to your memory, started at the sanctuary.
Holy shit. Okay.
Your backstory's gone.
Yeah.
Holy shit, okay.
Boom.
Yeah.
So what about, and I can ask you this separately if you want, but what about like finding Centria and that angry exchange, all of is that out even though it was after?
So think of it like this. Everything that happened that involved your childhood
It's gone.
is gone. Centria, all that happened, but any conversations you had about her being your mom, all that
That's
gone.
Okay,
So most of it is gone.
Mhm.
great. Well,
Your memory has been modified to a very high level.
So you don't have a dad that you're aware of, but
I'm just, I mean.
Olmo would be your, as you know it, your father. He's the one who brought you to the world.
Okay.
All of your friendships, all of your handshakes and greetings have always been because Olmo allowed you to. He allowed
You're a
you.
robot, you just.
Yeah, no, you're still very much Sage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the personality and everything, according to the game, has not changed. Everything, the wings, all that.
Yeah.
But
You might not be so angsty now, because you don't have issues about. your
Yeah,
mom.
no mom
No
issues.
mom,
Right, free druid.
But the rest of you all see her awake, gasping for air. One of her eyes is now a sapphire blue, very pretty blue eye.
Are we writing about this point now?
Oh yeah, you guys probably get here right around the time she's like,
Okay, perfect time.
Just water displaced everywhere.
Shay,
yeah,
is she aware that her memory has been changed?
No.
not after she woke up.
You're not even aware of the conversation you just had.
Yes,
Right.
she doesn't remember that conversation.
Starts to make sense with Centria now.
Maybe you
I'm gonna very quickly put my rifle up before let's use it.
Well, she's technically in your lap right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna like, yeah, just,
Okay,
I'm looking around.
And like, oh my god, thank you. I'm just gonna like, try to give you a big hug and just.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
Just
okay.
like, okay. What happened? What did you do?
Do I remember going, I don't remember going down to the ocean, do I remember that?
Yeah, I remember going to the ocean.
Everything from the sanctuary.
I know, I just don't know, like, what I know why I was
Yeah.
down there.
No.
Okay, I'm not sure,
According to you, you just maybe
Wait, first one?
went for a swim.
I was, yeah. Out for a swim.
You didn't think
Just
maybe-
died.
Let us
Doing
know.
my meditation and stuff, but I thank you for bringing me back. Guys.
We're a bit late.
I'm gonna like, I'll give you guys hugs too, because I can tell you guys, yeah. just-
I'll
We're worried
send
about
her
that
in.
right now.
Yeah.
I teared up during your, when you were giving over the rifle, I'm over here like.
That's the only thing I could think to do was to offer
was amazing.
exchange.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
offer-
Yeah.
Like, I don't do datings.
Or that's the problem, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to play those characters. I didn't know what to do. It was the best thing I could do.
Yeah.
You're not dead, it's not you anymore.
Hey, there's always the possibility of this.
Interesting, yeah.
Just don't imagine that high level works a lot of wonders.
You make it kill you again, and then get some oil and put it on.
Yeah.
Not that we know you're different
Well,
right
if
now.
you kill you, when we're revived, it's a lot cheaper.
Right, but then if that were the case, if we did the same thing that she did with Centria, then she wouldn't remember anything from the sanctuary on,
Yeah.
right? Just like Centria doesn't
I would-
remember
if I
anything
died,
that she died on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she gets
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
She gave me,
Yeah.
but now she has.
But are you worth it?
I don't know, she doesn't see you as a sister.
Remember, just like with Centria, you can rebuild those connections, but it's just not the same. Like Centria eventually like agreed that she was your mom, but
Yeah.
she didn't remember it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you guys are back in the temple. A few alarmed patrons were in there, but they just saw a
A
miracle.
resurrection. yeah.
They just saw someone die.
Man, you got some bow followers now.
Yeah, they saw the mouth move, they heard the chuckle, they saw the rifle, and they saw the revivification of Sage.
I want to know where they're from.
I guess I'll take a little bit of a thing, it's like, soul can give you life. But as you can see here, miracle can work his miracles. And I would politely ask them to please leave. If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it was like they passed the bowl. Put it on the table on your way out.
Actually, I like the idea of them throwing it in the brazier, it goes in the fire, it makes it
Yeah.
hard to get to if you ever had
Yeah,
to
yeah.
advance about it, but, yeah, I shepherd everybody out. And, be like, okay, well, any more future adventures, should probably let each other know.
Where we're going.
I was about to say that.
It's like I'm soaking wet.
Who gets killed during downtime?
This was supposed to be that.
That need this, that's gonna be a fucking shirt.
That's so great.
Just kill on during downtime.
That's awesome.
Yeah, who dies during downtime?
I'll do I'll let you guys know
Put the
where I
new-
am from now on.
put the
I am
new
really
record.
sorry.
It's fine.
Makes a great, it makes a great story element. I
Well,
mean, obviously, did you see what I've shown you before? The hallways, how I guess I'm curious, how dead were you?
I don't remember. There's nothing. I'm thinking about it and there's nothing there.
Does her eye resemble what her mother's eyes previously were?
But I don't know that yet. I haven't seen it. So.
No, no, you can't see it.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
Do you know your eyes blue?
It's Cree. Let's be real here. Is my eyes blue?
Bitch, you got horns.
You got horns.
Your eyes are resemble that of Centuria's when they found her.
Centuria.
You don't remember Citria?
Centuria, your mother.
Your mom.
I don't have a mother.
That went really well.
Guys, we have
Now, oh
to.
man, now I'm freaking out because I help you bring back your mom actually. But so far, 2 resurrections have happened and both people have forgotten their memory. Now I don't know what that means, but to me, I'm like, wait, no, that's not how it
Am
feels.
I, yeah. Did I mess up?
Zillow's the issue.
Someone has to confirm stuff.
Well, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm happy to be back. I'm a little confused. Do you see okay with that? Yeah, I feel fine.
All right, well, we got like a 10-hour trip. So
Yeah, don't we have
Just
a
kidding.
house? Like, I'm just gonna kind of like look at everybody like, concentrate, what the fuck you guys talking about? I'm just like wander. Just, thanks,
Remember,
guys.
you do remember Centria. She doesn't not exist. She just
Okay.
isn't relative to your mom. It's a little confusing, but
Yeah. it's-
you remember her just like you know who Rain
You
is,
would
but
know-
you don't.
Yeah, the lady, the.
The lady- Yeah, it's okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
that's the
Ombre's
same.
mentor, right? Like,
Yeah, yes, okay, yeah.
but you just don't connect that
There's
she was
no
your mom.
emotion connection there.
Yeah.
in that way. Okay, so. I
So
think
yeah,
that
yeah,
works.
you know, yeah, her eyes.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Centuria, like, well, that's interesting. I wonder why that is, but.
All right.
You're gonna fumble around.
I'm gonna fumble, yeah.
Are we like the breeder in the middle of the room? I know I'm doing this, I can't feel anything.
I like prestidigitation.
Oh, good. I'm no longer wet. Still smell the ocean though.
Yeah. He always smells like the
Yeah,
ocean.
I always smell the ocean.
Cool. So you guys assume pack yourself little lunches and head your way up to your new house.
How are we doing with resurrection? Let's just have a little lunch.
It's like Jim Carrey. It's like, hey, at 9 a.m. we had resurrection. Pack your lunch.
A weird day, huh?
Yeah.
Not for you guys.
The rain's gonna be a little weird though.
The temple remains open for anyone who wants to go in there. Oh, that's good.
We all need off the new
Yeah.
house.
Off to the house.
None of us know.
It's 9 hours away.
Hannah?
Shall we?
Oh, God, what?
Oh, don't worry. If you're talking about me, I've thought about
No,
it.
it's not you. It's not you.
Okay.
Let's just smile.
So technically,
No.
when you die,
Exhaustion.
all curses
Oh, shit.
are
Oh.
gone.
So I don't have wings.
So you lose your wings and your finger.
The finger, right?
Now you have
Yeah,
normal
it's
five
so
fingers.
sad about the wings, but it's okay. I
Oh,
saw that coming at some point.
no.
Yeah.
Well, look at you, you have 10 percentages.
Is there just like 2 wings left in the fucking temple?
I mean, they were.
Yeah.
Probably the ocean.
They would have never. When you guys found her, she wouldn't have the wings. I mean, they were created from magic from the cards, so they would just.
Does
be-
that mean the card goes back in the back? No, Alex.
Sure. Why not?
Do I still have the deck?
You still have the deck.
I mean, yeah, you're just not like cursed by it. I mean, you still have them. You just don't feel like you have to pull it.
Alright.
You go from hers or you go from mine?
Okay, well, I might be a little peeved about that, like, I get up and I'm like.
Oh,
There's
yes,
there's
yes.
blue eye, there's no great.
What's blue eye doesn't mean shit.
I'm still leaving them on your mini because I'm not cutting those off, but
Yeah.
you know,
We'll find a way to get you more wings.
yeah. At this point, just find ways to get wings again, so we can just make sure it's all accurate to your art and the miniature.
I can change the art. Those are-
Cool.
Probably builds your wings. You have the fly spell.
So there are 1,000 color.
You know, you have like fucking like
Metal
sapphire,
wings.
like sapphire and metal wings.
That'd be badass.
Yeah, like there's like that little metallic sound like every time they flap.
Every time she goes into battle, all you hear is, "Wah!"
That's a.
She's got her own soundtrack.
Looks like a Valkyrie.
I imagine like instead of flying, like the water just like brings you up into the air, just like you, yeah, you just travel via wave.
All right, so you guys make your way all the way up to the northern tip of this cave or cliff. It takes you guys a while, but you eventually get there. As you approach, it looks exactly as boring as he said. You guys get towards the end of this path, and you do notice that he has, again, excavated. So there's a couple of trees around just for style. One is kind of attached to the building itself, which is kind of unique for some of you guys when you approach, but it does look like a corner of this house is built into one of the trees, which is kind of cool. On the outside, as you guys start to approach, it looks, again, kind of boring. There's this little shack, again, with that tree next to it. The grass is like really kind of well groomed. No, landscape. I mean, they call it grooming services even for like lawns and shit. So I was like, that sounds weird though. So it's like kind of like nice and I don't know. It just looks well kept. There's a small stables on the outside, and then there's kind of like this little yard that has a couple of like targets for arrows and a couple of little like sparring dummies, but doesn't look like anything fancy. Java sees you approaching. He's one second. And do you guys keep approaching? Or do you stop when he says that? Okay.
You just built us a house.
Yeah. He goes, well done. And he says, okay. I am so excited for you to see this. But first, you have to imagine the most beautiful home you've ever seen. Okay? Because this is going to be better than that.
It's a real shift in dynamic.
We had some time, we had like 10 hours.
Yeah. Hey.
Sure. That's what it felt
Um,
like right now.
He says, you see where the grass changes? Because it's like standard, like normal path, but then it's like that well groomed lawn, right? But it does have like little stone from where you guys look, it just looks like a little stone like walkway, right? You say, you see what the grass change. Take a step past this moment. Silex, as you go first, and as soon as you step through the veil, whoa. As soon as you step through this, you can tell it was clearly some sort of illusionary magic. There is a very large house in front of you. Encompassed in this illusion is also these beautiful trees, kind of like lining a walkway, like almost like creating an awning over, like you know what I mean, like where the trees kind of connect in this long walkway from where you stand to the front of the house. And as you approach, you look over to the side, and there is a huge stable. There's like, it can probably hold about 12 horses, like state of the art, like grooming area, actual grooming. There's a couple of like little spots for where they would, essentially the staff would, clean and take off and reshoe the horses and things like that. Beyond that, next to it is an absolute state of the art training facility. It's outdoor, but it looks like it has a cover that kind of protects from rain. Not you, but
Yeah, I was
Doesn't allow.
one shark. But it has like rows of archery, and then it also has like this. It almost looks like some technological advanced, like automatic, like arrows that like shoot at you and like dodge. There's a couple of like standing like beings that look like they're made of like. They're clearly made of like a, like a metal brass, but it looks like almost like robotic fighting machines that you could like spar against. But they're like tanky. And again, this is right there at the edge. So like when you look over, you see the ocean and you see the kind of like beautiful like sight as you're like training. You can just look over and see that.
I just see a sunset and like karate moves happening.
There's an outdoor kind of like towards the edge. There's like this raised patio that kind of goes a couple of steps up, and it steps up because there's a built-in, looks like 2 different tubs, like a large hot tub, and then like a cooling, like an ice tub as well, since it's your training area. But up there is also like this like elevated long fireplace that is just there for style, but that's up there on that lift with the tub and hot tub, or ice tub and hot tub. All of you see this as you walk in. Obviously your eyes kind of start peering around, looking at just the landscaping around the home. But when you get inside, Java gives you the whole tour, right? He kind of walks you through, and as soon as you guys open up this, it's kind of like this open way. Let me pull up my little map.
You might put it on the screen.
I can. This is nothing fancy. This is mainly for me just to give you a visual idea, but I can definitely send this if you want. Nice. Let me see if I can. I tried a couple different ways. I restarted like 4 or 5 times. I was like, all right, this is just gonna be basic, because I'm gonna let you guys describe it. I was like, I'm spending way too much time on like the stupid things, and like I got other things I gotta work on. But
This is super bad. I'm pretty sure half of this place says.
oh man, no, I'm just not good at the building of that part of it. I was like, I cannot figure this shit out. I need someone else can deal with it. Let's see.
Start those skills now.
Trust me, I thought about it. I was like, lady, you need to do this shit. I said, lady, I said, woman.
Just on the record, I want to make sure.
I said, woman, you need to.
I was watching the DM. Responsibilities.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, she said, woman, get out of the kitchen and get to making.
First off, where's the community snacks?
The orange slices.
I feel like you're pretty fun.
So as you guys walk inside at the front door, you're kind of met with this kind of open. I sent it over Facebook. It's all good. So you kind of walk in, the front door is kind of at the top left of this image. And the first thing you see is just kind of like a really kind of open style where it's got this, as you guys described earlier, stone with wood inlay kind of cross hatch pattern going throughout the entire floor. To your right, you see kind of the spiral stone staircase that goes up to the 2nd floor. As you start to walk past that, you see a couple of servants' quarters on your left. You see the entrance to the kitchen. The whole kitchen is like glass front, so you can see what's going on through the wall. But you see at the moment, there's a couple of people in there preparing a meal. Looks like he had already paid for catering for your first night. And so they're in there cooking. You do see Fletcher, who's already in there working with Java. But you see in front of you, grass. He incorporated real elements, and the floor stops for just a moment, and there's actual fresh grass. As you look up, this is kind of an open spot where the sunlight can actually beam in from the top. There's a fountain with running water here in the bottom. And this is also kind of the area where your main dining table is. It's almost like a great room. It's a really, really big table. I mean, it's like 15, 20 feet long. Obviously can hold the 8 of you, no problem, but obviously a lot more if you have guests. When you look over to your right from the table, you're going to see, again, all windowed, but a giant wall, like floor to ceiling, like library along the back, like just books and books and books. And he kind of catered to what you guys had said your interests were, and already found a bunch of different books and filled this library up to what you like. And there's this giant, like oval, like table, like a war room style, like where everyone could stand around and like make plans. And there's like a map that can be moved and changed as you walk through. But behind you, you guys do look and you see there's a tree sticking into the side of the wall at the corner of the house. That tree has an opening in it. And it looks like it kind of goes into this interior of the tree. It has some sort of staircase built into it as well. Cree,
Oh, I just first.
you chose to build yours into a tree. You're going first. So you follow Cree into the tree. Everyone's kind of doing a house tour, one at a time, and Cree's gonna go first.
Okay, so I'm gonna start out and then go in. 'cause it's just
Just
easier.
make sure everyone's speaking loud so Trey can hear too.
Yeah.
Can you try?
Yeah, he can.
Okay, awesome.
Sound rolling?
It should be. Oh, it's not.
Trey talk. Trey.
I forgot to unmute myself. My bad.
Can you hear me?
Lord.
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so, I'm gonna start out and go in. So it's a big tree built into the side corner of this house. So from the outside, it's about the size of a big sequoia tree. So this is
This is a tree tree.
it's huge, it's a huge tree. It's kind of why I wanted there to be a tree line to fit in. So at the outside of the tree, it just looks like outside, it just looks like a normal tree, except for the very top of the tree where the branches spread out. So, here's the trunk, where the branches start to go. There's an encircled nest nuzzled in right there that has a little perch that sticks out and a hole. So it's fully encircled except for a little hole and a perch. So that way, Cree is not a person that really enjoys being around people 24/7. He's more of an isolated loner kind of type. He can just fly straight up to his room and that perch to go into the tree. As you go into the tree, the top layer right there at the top is just kind of like a lounge area. So it'll start off as like a, let me see what I wrote, like chair, there's a swinging chair, love seat, coffee table, side tables, rug, just a normal like lounge area. There's a spiral staircase inside the tree that goes down to the next level. That's gonna be my bedroom. So my bedroom, it's a normal bedroom, it's nothing fancy or extraordinary, it's free. So he's just gonna have a bed, he's gonna have a dresser, closet, bookshelf, and then attached bathroom. Nothing, like I said, crazy. It's gonna spiral down to the next floor, and that's gonna be that's my personal gym. So it's not training facilities for so much for fighting. This is more weightlifting, more personal self.
Get rid of that bird chest,
Yeah. Work on those wings kind of thing.
Oh, too soon. She just
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, like show it off a little bit. My wing, this one's a little bit more decorated. This is gonna have kind of an array of weapons and stuff spread across the walls. I don't know if I mentioned this in there. I do want a whole wall it's kind of circular, but section mirrors. Weapons really are for decoration, it's not one for utilizing, but just kind of, I didn't put this in there either, but there's probably a sound system to kind of get me pumped, bro. No, it's magic. We'll figure it out.
I actually can just think it, it'll be there.
Yeah, it'll just be there, right? He said. And then there's a final floor next to a spiral staircase, going down to the third final floor. And this is in essence, like crazy investigative detective kind of room. So
It's a pinboard.
So it is a hot mess. So there's books and posters and flyers, there's a big desk in the center.
I was literally thinking of the red strings.
There's strings, there's pictures and question marks and people going here and cities and maps and everything, there's bookcases. There's like, the whole floor is covered with information and there's like little trails to take you to this, and everything else is just packed. This is a crazy person. It's like,
We don't go to that room.
you don't go to that. Okay. And then that's that.
If you
room.
do, it'll be the last room
Yeah.
you go to.
And then I had the idea because, sometimes it would be difficult to come to me. I wanted, if I was at the top, to be able to kind of fly in through like a little port, like little sky view in essence, to be able to fly on in from my perch, due to like a little latch up top. So
There is an area at the roof where
There you
there's
go.
some like furniture and kind of like built in kind of like
Okay.
cozy area that does. There's two entrances. There's definitely a little latch. There's
Right.
also that area over there that actually leads into someone else's room. So
That's perfect. Whatever, yeah. And then I also was thinking of like a little bell
like signal thing where there's little bells that you can kind of pull or something on the inside that you're like, oh, this is great. Ding, I'll hear like, hey, time for dinner, or like, hey, come to the house or something, and I'll fly on in. So that's my room. I got a tree. That's awesome. Yay!
Now,
Go class.
as you guys, as you all spiral your way back down all the way to the base of the tree and come back into the first floor of the room or the house, the next room right next to it is Silex.
So leaving the tree, going into Silas's bedroom, it looks very plain, very beige, brown, flax. A big bed in the corner, next to a bookshelf and a night table, on the other side of the bookshelf or two, and then there's kind of a blank wall with a desk in front of it, and papers and administrative shit, and, books, it's all filled, it just looks like an old bedroom, nothing serious, but there's a blank, overly blank wall behind my desk. And
Nothing
so-
to see here.
Nothing to see here.
Well,
So
tell you
as I
that
walk
right.
out front into the room, I'm gonna take off my glove, and in the middle of that wall, I'm gonna put my hand there, and just channel a little bit of power.
What y'all didn't know is his hand is actually that of an ostrich. Just kidding. First time you've ever seen his hand is right now, and it's great.
And it touches the wall, and the wall caves in, and then there's just a dark hallway that leads down, probably about 5 minutes of stairs. And as you're getting closer, if you're following closer and closer down, you start to feel hot, like it is becoming humid and hot. And as you get to the last minute of walking, you're like, this is really hot down here. And you go into the forge that has, over to the left section is a bunch of tanning equipment for leatherworking and sewing, state-of-the-art equipment. And then on the right is more woodworking. And this room is probably fairly big, has a 30-foot table in it and just itself.
Mhm.
But in the back is almost like looking at the sun. There's 4 back furnaces channeling heat into one major furnace, major forge, which inside of it is glowing blue because it is so hot. And 5 feet in front of that is a big, solid mithril amp. And on it has inscribed, your creations will change the world. And in front of that is a big 30-foot long workshop table. It's just a mess of chisels and papers. And
He
stuff.
hasn't ever been here, and it's already messy.
It's already messy. Java knew, just to make it messy. And then for the last part, there's a kind of a engraving on a wall over to the left between the forges and the cannon. And I will grab Zinro. Zinro, come here for a second, please.
Know what you've done,
No,
please.
thanks. Just put your hand on the door for me, on the wall, and I'll put my hand on the wall.
It's booby trapped.
For the first
Kills
time
it.
ever, you see my hand.
And so it takes both of our hands and it opens up to a vault. And like Mines of Noria door, and it kind of glows with all the runic inscriptions.
Speak,
And
friend.
once again, and there is a big vault. It's for us to put safekeepings and my predictions, basically.
Ah,
And it takes, and it's the vault, and it's for us, it takes my hand and somebody else's to open. So it's not just my access, it's our.
Yeah, he can't get in without one of you guys to get in.
So it's 2 people.
It takes 2 people to operate.
I think like 2. Yeah.
So,
Just want to make sure it wasn't always him and like.
No, I think it is always
it's
him.
always me.
Oh, it's
and
always you.
somebody
Always
else.
him, and it just the other person doesn't matter, but it
But
is
it
him.
has to be one of us 8
Yeah.
to access the vault, to get into it.
Yeah.
What? Yes, and then there's a passage between me and
There's a little hidey hole, yeah, a little hidey
Um,
tree entrance.
But yeah, so there's.
That's why their rooms are close.
Yeah, it's very
Can I give out items right now, or do you want to do it?
Yeah, if they're in the vault.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull out, on this table, I'm gonna put out boxes in front of everyone.
Or you can leave it in all of their rooms as they.
Oh, that works too, we'll do that. Okay, so whoever goes in
Haha.
first. Oh, okay, here's yours. So I made.
It's like, oh, I didn't have time.
Sorry, here you go.
It's a lot of stairs up here.
It's just easier to do it now if everyone's okay with that.
Sure.
I'm still working on yours too, but you still get something.
That's right.
So for the first for you two is a cloak of protection, which you attune to, and you get a +1 to all your saving throws
It's for
and
everybody.
your AC. Everyone's
Wait,
getting one
plus
of
what's
these.
our AC too?
8 + 1 to your AC and +1 to all of your saving throws.
This is everybody.
Yes, everyone gets one of these.
Oh my god, okay.
Then, for the two of you,
It's made of dragon leather.
for the dragon leather. This is all made out of Alcaronte, basically.
Fucker.
Yes, it's like a dark.
It's like a tan. It's like your phone case. It's like a dark tan, like a tan blue.
Yeah.
Oh
that's
my
the color I
god,
want.
sick. That's awesome.
And
We're gonna have
then-
blue skin.
Imagine that for
Guys,
all of
these
us.
2 long elongated boxes for you to open.
Okay.
So as you open them, they are this white wood wands with dragon scale intertwined in it. And it is a +2 to your AC and spell modifiers. No, not your AC, spell DC
Okay.
and spell attack modifiers.
Oh my
If you
god.
cast it through the wall.
Yeah.
So that requires
Look
you
at you,
to.
wizards.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Giving us one.
All right.
For Benjamin, you get a +2 set of legendary lightning resistant armor, leather armor. So that makes your AC go.
So
up too,
it's-
'cause you got a great weapon.
Yeah, it's like a
And you
blue.
need to not get hit as much.
Yeah, so it's like dark blue, that same leather, but it's like dragon scale infused leather armor.
So you have +2 AC and lightning resistance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thanks.
So, and then Cree, she got a bow that does.
That would replace any armor that you currently have on.
Yeah, that's why
Um,
that's why they want you to buy one.
Yeah.
It's like the-
But that also means that you can technically stack that and the cloak. Because the cloak doesn't count as armor. So I mean, you could do both. Just so
You
you
gotta tune to the cloak. Do you have to tune to the
We're
armor?
gonna talk about it. It's right there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's in your house. It won't. You will have to attune to all these.
Certain
but-
Yeah.
I can do that.
Can you send me the info?
Yeah. No, it doesn't require too much leather armor, just cloak.
Just
Okay, for Cree, she got a cloak and a bow. I'm still working on yours, but I'm still gonna say because it's fun.
Oh, okay.
I'm making boots for you
With the
that have haste on them.
Oh, holy
So
shit.
boots of haste. And then when you kick, you add a +D4 to your attacks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but you have to say that you're kicking.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
of course,
the point. It's
that
like you have these boots that make you go faster and give you an extra attack,
Yes.
and you can double your speed. But if you kick with them, you get a +D4.
Did she have haste on?
Okay, Zero.
Yay, thank you.
You're getting your skull staff, which is why I didn't want you to buy the skull, because I was making you a skull out of dragon glass,
Nice.
sitting on top of Alcaronte's bones.
Ooh.
So you get this big ass staff with a big skull on it.
All right.
And then,
It looks scary.
it says gentle repose on it. I meant to animate dead. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had once per day you can cast animate dead. And that's a +1 to your spell attack and spell DC. Xeris gets a cloak of protection, and then his has one of my favorites. He gets this axe. That's a big one of Alcaronte's big wood bones, and hanging from it by chains is semicircle or like crescent blades of dragon glass. That when he channels his pact weapon into it, it elongates and like stands to turn into a great axe of dragon glass with his pact weapon. And so that does, because it has to be attuned by a Hexblade Warlock, and it adds a 2d8 lightning damage on hit. So it's already, it's weapon damage.
Oh shit, I don't know. Fuck, dude. Did you make yourself anything?
No, this was entirely for everyone else.
Okay.
So curiosity.
No, I
that's
don't know how to
that.
say thing.
Oh, you say
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why I was like, I need downtime, guys.
I think it's just meant as a
It's not a weapon with it.
I mean, you can't. I mean, you hit someone with it, but I think it's meant as kind of like a wand would be. Like it's meant
Yeah, it's
as
a
a.
spell casting.
It's a smaller.
Yeah, focus.
No, it's a big
Yeah, it's
staff,
a big staff.
but you can beat somebody with it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I
it
was
was,
just curious if it was just something that it's a two-handed thing, so.
No, I would
actually-
imagine one-handed.
Oh, one-handed, okay.
you shall not
I'm
be
assuming
alive.
a D8 for usually as a staff event.
Here, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
it's
doing
quick
it.
protection,
Yeah.
+1 to AC.
Yeah.
And then +1 to all of your saving throws.
God, I'm like the evil version of Gandalf.
That's kind of what we're going for.
Yeah, you've already you came back as
That's right. I'm the black now.
yeah, as Cranor the Black.
Yes.
You are the Black.
I am.
All
If
right.
you guys will give me 3-4 days of downtime, I'll get you.
Yes, of course.
I need you for your item though.
I get the sense that something clearly went in on them. So-
Well, that was one of them. Yeah, we'll get to
Okay,
that.
we'll get to that.
Cool. Next up would be yeah. You guys are back up to Silex's room. You guys walk past the library / war room, and then in the back of the home, Benjamin, you're on the back right with your patio. Describe and give us your MTV crib walkthrough.
All right, so when you walk in the door to your left where it says Benjamin's room, there's gonna be like a giant bookcase or a bookshelf where, you know, we're gonna fill it with a bunch of books. On the far right, there's gonna be a giant stone fireplace. Yeah. And yeah, in the middle of the room, there's gonna be a very large bed, and or actually around the fireplace is gonna be like leather couches and stuff that are all covered with fur. And in the middle of the room, there's gonna be a large bed that's covered with fur as well. Behind the when you first walk in, behind your back, if you turn around, there's gonna be a wine bar, and along the wall, there's gonna be we're gonna keep all my weapons to like display and shit like that. And also, like when you look out towards the balcony, there's gonna be 3 pillars that have they're gonna have torches on them to light when it's at night, and it's gonna be open. It's like a giant open room that goes into
veranda.
the balcony area right there too. And then also there's gonna be candles like everywhere. So
Yeah.
you walk in.
Think like Troy. Be like
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be like all wood, it's dark, like candles and shit like that.
Paul has built himself there.
Exactly.
Listen, everyone kind of built themselves a little bit of a
Yeah,
room.
Yeah.
And then, you know, there's like I can like close like the balcony, but usually it's gonna be open. So, you know, you can see like the ocean and shit like that. So, yep, that's my room.
Love it.
Awesome.
Really simple.
Cool. Sage.
Okay.
What does any of this mean?
Let's-
Oh, that'd be pretty fun.
So I'm gonna send you guys a picture. that I
Oh,
made.
nerd.
Who does that?
So that you guys can see what it looks like while I describe it.
Yeah,
So
show
not
me.
visual. Yes, so I'll kind of walk you guys through what's in here. Okay. What'd you say?
I said, she definitely went all out.
I spent on the flight to California, it's about 5 hours total with the 2 flights. I was just sitting in the seats, using my little pen and working on my written. So, okay, so when you first walk in the room, you're gonna notice that the wood floors are actually magically warm, so it's never cold on your feet.
It like matches your temperature.
Yes. You've got some fur rugs scattered throughout the room, directly across the floor, where those pillars are, it's a giant glass window, but the glass can magically disappear, so you can have the breeze coming in if you want. Outside the window is a large balcony that has a glass bottom, so when you walk out, you're just looking straight down into the ocean. You can hear the waves crashing. I have a direct line out the window to now not fly over into the ocean. I guess I can still turn into a bird, so it's fine.
I didn't make you touch the orb. I didn't force you to touch the orb.
Plus, as you think it does, so you can change.
That's true, yeah. Let's see, so if you look up at the ceiling, think Hogwarts Great Hall. So it's like, so you can have stars, or you can have thunder and lightning, or candles, or whatever you want. Right now, I have like the stars up there, so you can see that. The bed is actually made out of live willow trees that have been woven together, and they change seasons at will. So I can change them to be like bright red or orange or yellow. Or for spring, it'll be like flowering, and then in summer it's the bright green. So they're live trees. Yeah, no, it's all built into itself. It's got a lot of big fluffy pillows and furs and things like that all over the bed. In the top left poster of the bed or the tree, there's a knot in the wood that looks like a wave. So I'm gonna call you guys over specifically so that you guys can see, because there's the wave knot, when you trace your finger over, it opens into a compartment holding. So you can put things in there, but unless you know where it is, you're not gonna. So, let me see what else I'm gonna say. There's a little table, if you see to the right of the bed, that's actually a sending spell that I roll a d4 for every day to find out how many sending spells I can use, but it's a open sending spell that I can send to people, so that's what that is.
It's like a little home phone.
A little home phone, yes, yeah.
I'll take that.
So, let's see if I'm missing anything else. You guys can see the bathtub, the tree is also a fireplace, and then the tree next to it, is compartments for like herbs, animal bones, feathers, just things I need for spells. Yeah, I think that's it.
I found a tree that's catch on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's magical.
It's magic. It sure is.
Magic tree.
Yeah, say something about that too.
No, because I'm a husband and I know when not to say things. But she really was excited to use the real tree that she took a picture of in the thing. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's like an actual picture she took
Yeah.
and put it in there.
Yeah.
So you guys all finish up in Rain's room. God damn it. You're going up to Rain's room. I was literally reading it. So you guys go up the spiral staircase, and the first room you see in the second floor is Rain's room. And it's a little bit different looking from up here. Everything's more open. Literally, I wrote open floor plan because I didn't know what else to put up here. So,
That's a bathhouse.
We are not putting a bathhouse right outside the bedroom.
We walk outside. No, Zara's just chilling in there, just butt naked.
what's up, baby? How you doing?
Yellow roofers.
Just an old corpse.
Yeah.
So, Rain, tell us
Okay.
about your room.
I'm old school guy, not very now.
Aw.
I really did. It's like 5.5 pages. Because I go into detail.
Okay.
Listen,
Okay.
this is the first time I've seen you take a giant leap as such as a player.
I'm so
Yeah.
proud of her.
Okay, I'm also, I like to write, so.
I'm excited. You read it word for word, girl.
I'll read word for word, I can just kind of paraphrase it.
Made me feel better about mine being shorter than yours.
Yeah,
Okay.
For the first time ever.
I know.
Really? Okay, well.
You don't know what
I think
Seamus
everyone's
sins when you
shorter
ask him to
than
send things.
Yeah, I figured it's like a long thing. Okay, so. Open floor plan, you walk into, just read it.
Yeah, read it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We enter Rain's room through a mahogany wooden door. It's inscripted on the door is a crescent moon, stars, all carved on wood, like it's etched in the wood. The door handle is in the shape of a crescent moon. You must like just push down.
That's a little
Um,
I don't know what that says.
Crescent, okay, hold on, right. The door handle is in the shape of a crescent moon and you must push down to open the door. Once inside, you must walk a few feet down the hallway to get to the doorway to my room. Before entering her room, there's what looks like a small water fountain that is on the floor. It looks like something a large dog would drink from. You step on the pad. And, oh, where am I at? You step on the pad and the water comes out. It is a foot washing station.
Nice.
Would also
Yeah.
work well in the bathhouse.
It'll be on. Yeah, or something.
Right.
Rooftop bathhouse.
Just carve out a bathhouse.
I agree. I
Well, we
like
can
the idea of
reuse the
rooftop
water.
bathhouse.
Yeah, I like
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
Alright, so
He's working on that right now.
as the Amanda is in her shoes, and she goes around barefoot, and only wears shoes when she's needs to. So next next to the fountain, there's a drying mat. You step on the mat, and that feels like a blow dryer for you.
Yeah.
For you. Awesome. We can go through. Let's see.
Sandra would love that.
Then there's a doorway to her room. It has leafy green vines dangling from the top of the doorway to about 3 inches from the floor. There are 2 hooks on either side of the doorway for hanging the vines on, almost like the curtains, you know, when you drape them. As you walk down the hallway, which is about 5 feet wide and 7 feet long, it curves with a cylindrical, thank you, room next to it. You will come to an open rectangular space, and across from that rectangular space is a bench. It's just a little to the left of the opening. The bench is made of mahogany wood and has 3 cubby holes with white woven baskets in the holes. The sides and the back of the bench come about 4 inches. And there's a white plush cushion which fits perfectly with the size and shape of the bench. In one of the cubby holes, there are a bunch of incense holders that I use for when I go out to pray on my observatory. The middle cubby holds my backpack, and then the last cubby hole holds all my crystals that I change out on a regular basis when I get my altar. Across from the bench is the rectangular opening. It is 5 feet 10 inches, so all I have to do is just usually pull.
I like it.
So you pull a rope, and it's a silvery rope, has moons going down it. And so you pull it, and then a ladder comes down. And everything is mahogany.
Is that by style or was that the only wood you could think of?
We've got a lot of contradicting plants in this house. I'm gonna
Just
point
birch,
out,
no.
not mahogany. She's got
Is that a walnut? I think not.
I
This is
know.
definitely oak.
So it's mahogany wood, and the side of the ladder,
That's cool.
etched in the sides are moons and stars. Then you go up the ladder.
Go get louder.
Yeah. And then you go up the ladder, and then you enter my observatory. So the observatory does not go below my room. It's my room up. Okay. So it's 10 feet around and 15 feet high. Okay. So it's almost pitch black in here, except for the twinkling glow of lights that have the morning cozy glow of lights. Sorry, I get so loud, so
You're doing good.
you know what? So on the right hand side of the entrance, there's a knob on the wall about like shoulder height, and you turn it and it opens the blinds. So like
To the observatory.
to the observatory, yeah. So it's a little knob and like you turn it and then just like they slowly open and like the middle is like blinds and then just open all the way. So however you want it. Okay, so once there's light in the room, you'll see a gray white room with green lines all over the wall, starting from the top and showing down to the floor. There's no pattern to these lines, they're just like lines. Popping out of the lines are white purple flowers. And then you will also notice that the glow you saw when you first entered the observatory is from lights that are hidden among the lines. On the left side of the entrance, there is a round wooden end table that is in the shape of a tree stump. On the table, there is a 5-gallon water pitcher and some glasses. The water pitcher seems to always stay cold and refills itself when it is low. The glasses will clean themselves after you use them. On the floor, you will notice a large hand-woven circular rug that takes up most of the floor. It is rainbow like green stress. Starting from the outside of the rug, it goes red, yellow, blue, green, and purple in the middle.
All the rainbow.
All the rainbow. On the top of the rug, there are 3 large water pillows spaced out in like a triangular pattern. So it's your front and one back. Yeah, I am, but it's a character too.
I know, it's very cute.
I know. Okay, so yeah. All the pillows are pink colored and each have a different design on them. So one pillow has a metallic teal moon and stars. And another pillow has metallic green tree of life design. And the last pillow in the back has metallic yellow sun on it. The last thing you will see, or the first thing you notice, depends on whatever you look, is the altar. It is like 5 by 7, so just barely fits in the room, but not like overwhelming. It doesn't take up a whole room. It's a teal altar. The altar is the front of the room, so the entrance is the back. Just so y'all get context. Let's see. There on the altar, which is almost like a shrine to Luna, there are 2 good-sized moonstones, crystals, incense, and sprigs of mistletoe. The incense are in the middle of the table with the crystals deposited around them. The sprigs of mistletoe are laid out in diamond shape around the crystals. The moonstones are next to the crystals all by themselves. So it's like 2 moonstones, incense, crystals around, and then the mistletoe is like the diamonds. And then
You want to kiss them, boy.
behind the incense and spread out along the table are 3 vases full of flowers. Magnolias, edelweiss, I don't know how to say that one.
It's your
But-
flower.
Huh?
Said it's your flower. Name it whatever you want.
Violets and lily of the valley. Each flower has a different meaning, but it symbolizes something special to rain and Luna. The magnolia flower arrives with spring and means a love for nature. The edelweiss flower stands for courage and devotion. Lily of the valley flowers are little bell shaped and stand for purity, happiness, luck, and humility. And finally, we have the violets, which stand for loyalty, devotion, and faithfulness. So after you leave the observatory, you'll go back to the hallway and then you'll follow it to the doorway to my room. And then here we go. And it's pretty good size, you know. It's semicircle shape though.
Right.
So the carpet is cream color. And then curtains as well. It is super soft and shaggy. So like, just imagine like really shaggy rug looks soft like that. So on the left side of the room is the bed. It's queen size bed that is very plush and comfy. I have about 7 pillows in the bed. So imagine like 2 king size pillows and like standard pillows, and then I have decorative pillows. I have 2 circular decorative pillows.
you got a girl's bed.
Yeah, I gotta go. Two decorative pillows. They're circular. One is teal with navy blue design, and the other one is navy blue with teal design. And then in the front is a rectangular pillow, and it says peace, and has like that cursive like greenery right on it, and then that's the pillows. The sheets, I have 3 sets of sheets, so when I want to change out green, blue, or teal, those are my colors. And then I have a thing with some quilts instead of a comforter. And on the quilt is rainbow. I mean, there's different patterns like bandana, like solid colors, floral design. And then etched within the quilt is my name.
Oh.
So I have my mom, my dad, Sage, and then myself.
So
What?
my biggest question is, are you a little confused by
Are you
that?
confused?
Yeah, I mean, if you're showing, like, look, I'm like,
That's okay.
that's really nice.
What hell do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you to that, and then I just pop out later.
What's that,
Something
convention?
really nice. Isn't right. This one isn't right. So you're even more weird now.
It's kind of funny though, pause, that in your room description, you're like, including your family and all of this, and she very conveniently not mentioned any of her family
I know.
in her
Yeah, it's
room
super
design.
interesting, yeah.
She's like, fuck all y'all, it's just me and my room.
Oh,
guys.
shit.
No pictures of my family or
There's your
anything. She's like, I love my family.
Well, my backstory says that I used to get good money.
Well, apparently her sister's like,
But it really
Yeah.
What is
definitely
this?
not anymore.
That's definitely changed. It's not a good thing too. Because then you can like
It went well.
look at these people, you know?
Sorry, keep going.
Okay. Where am I at? No, yeah. Okay, so behind my bed is a tapestry.
Shocked.
What?
I said I'm shocked. A hippie room without a
I
tapestry is just
know,
not complete.
Right? Okay, so tapestry shows a picture of the night sky, which is, oh, hold on, I skipped back. Yeah, that's okay. It has colors of like red, orange, yellow, like intermixed. So think of like yarn, like that's the whole tapestry, and it has like a picture inside that. The tapestry shows a picture of the night sky. It's like a deep blue. The full moon with Luna's face just barely visible within it, and like stars around it. There's green forest below the sky, full of trees, and a small clearing among the trees. And the clearing, there are people meditating in a circle. It's like little black people just like sit figured in nothing. And then there's like another circle just meditating. Like, totally not. Right, and then on the left side of Rain's sky, there's a big tall fourth thing like a tree. And on the other side, there's what's that? Yeah, sorry, I had to switch my head. There's a mahogany, of course. Not like a little night table.
Oh.
And then there's like a shelf underneath it and a drawer, and then on top of the night table is a stone lamp and crescent moon shapes. Just a normal standard lamp shade, no fancy there. And then underneath it is everyone's full of plants.
I mean, you say no advance through it, this is top quality design.
It's just detail, is really all it is. Let's see, so. Okay, so in turn about the room, you see a bookshelf, like 5 shelves, like maybe 7 feet tall, like one of those big ones. So on the top shelf, there's a big potted plant, and like the flowers come out on the vines, kind of.
Sorry.
Not you, it's this old slag
The
right
vines
here.
kind of like trail down the bookshelf, like a front bookshelf. And then the second shelf is where my books and journals are at, which I don't have many, but that's where they would be if I had more. I maybe have like 2 or 3.
I mean, technically, I had a serial killer room already serial killered out,
Yeah.
so you
So-
know, we're just gonna pretend. it's
Okay, so
all-
we'll just pretend that it's old books. We don't have any books. On the third shelf, I have Damn Toast.
Man, you were afraid of
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Finally.
All 4 got together.
And I closet Damn
It
Toast.
doesn't look like her though.
And I said, that's right, it doesn't look like me because I changed. So I have a picture of mom and dad.
Well, we just had a family get together the other day. Did y'all take a recent photo?
I did not.
I don't remember.
I think I struggled with the camera.
Yeah,
for a while.
you did.
It was weird.
Also, I guess you do remember what you looked like before. I keep forgetting that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so a picture of mom and dad. And a picture of Sage and a picture of me and Sage together.
So at this point, I just think that you're a little obsessed with me.
We're friends. but not family.
Besties, right?
Right.
She's probably thinking like you have a crush on her or something.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Really nice, right?
And then she is the most attractive thing you've ever seen.
Okay, so I have like little trinkets to my family. So, from my dad, I have like this blue stone that has like diamond dust on it. I'm representing Luna. My mom, I have this little wooden box that has some sewing needles and knitting needles because that's what she did whenever she was in. Before she, well, she still does it to this day, but it's like little remembrance. And then for Sage, on her picture, I have shells that go down her kitchen. For example, yeah. Because you're gonna answer. So.
Yeah, but I don't think you're thinking this is.
No, Sage is not. Hannah thinks that's adorable. Sage is like,
And then, me and Sage's picture, because us two together, there's white, not white, purple irises behind it, and then just like a small little blade of grass.
You're such a nice sister.
I am, I'm sorry. I'm such a nice sister. And she's just like,
I feel like at this point, Sage would probably ask, like, are you gonna do the rest of the group too? Like, are you gonna do their pictures? Like, thinking like you're just,
no,
oh.
no.
I feel like you would like slowly start shifting away from Rain.
Rain, thanks. She said, oh no, because you're my family. So I
Okay.
would say this. Like,
You don't
confused.
remember, you don't know who I am?
But you're right.
Right. You don't know anything before, anything at all, nothing from our childhood. Nothing.
Childhood, no.
You're my sister. This is our dad, and that's my mom.
No,
Yes.
that's not right.
Yeah, it's like popcorn.
Very boring.
That is right.
You are the sister.
Just sitting in the corner, just sitting in the corner like,
I'm gonna kind of look at the pictures.
Nothing is really about, you don't remember your dad at all?
No. No, this, you guys are my family. This is what we've been doing. This side people were brought in here. This is what we do. We're
Yeah, I don't think we're brother and sister.
No. How would I? What are all this?
Gave it away.
No, you ain't got no wings no more.
Ooh, that's true. If you had your wings, you might have an argument there.
I'm sorry. I mean, you're friends. You're.
I'm your friend. So.
What'd you say?
How much is
I'm
More
more
than
than
a
that.
friend.
Damn it. At this point, she's just gonna say, I'm sorry, I just need a minute, and she's gonna kind of like step away.
No, her room. Without her feeling picture.
It's really good we went through this whole thing because
We
we
got
probably would have gotten this.
We got that on our trip.
Yeah.
somewhere.
That's
That's granite with like real copper going through it.
And then below that, it's just that water tank.
Unnecessary.
Church of water.
That little thing, I think it was
Yeah,
like $100,
it's
but.
Naturally water.
I'm gonna put my fence back
The
there.
copper vein.
The copper thing.
I'm gonna show my family I have to water them.
I was like, yeah, we bought, that's like real copper. I was like, we bought it. So much.
So next to the bookshelf, there is like a vanity
Breckenridge.
station. There's just a big mirror, well, not big mirror, it's like a big rectangular full size mirror. And there's shelves on either side. And then there's like little baskets on the shelves that hold like hairbrushes and hair accessories, jewelry, like whatever. Just
Girl stuff.
You didn't know what a makeup brush was.
I don't have like a,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
have like a.
No, you
Doesn't need it.
So what is girl stuff? If you
Okay,
don't.
so I did hairbrushes.
Maybe I shouldn't ask that
hair-
question.
hair
Hold on.
accessories.
These have wings, these
No.
don't.
No, I put it, I said,
Oh,
combs, brushes, and jewelry. That's
Oh,
what I said.
okay.
And like little lotions, like nothing really,
Got it.
yeah.
And then,
And then I have a tree trunk stool. And then when you look up at my ceiling, you'll see the moon and stars, and it's like that.
Which is all you girls just.
yeah, did they text about it?
No, we did not at all.
Is there a,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm failing on what you know.
I have to.
Well, you had the crease room, not.
Right, right.
So true.
And then.
You know what, I have the real night sky to go with that.
That's true.
That's true.
That's
You, you just like legit. The rest of us are
Yeah.
like, I have both.
I
I have both.
have a small desk,
Guess what mine is.
simple desk for writing and stuff, nothing in particular, and next to it is a basket with like blankets and stuff in it. And then opposite side is like a living area kind of, with like a teal settee.
Sediment?
Settee that you kind of like lay down on, it's like a couch kind of.
Oh, it's an egg.
Thank you, I was like, I don't know how to say this. And then, oval,
That's the girl version, the porch, that was you boys. Couches.
Yeah. there's an oval wooden mahogany table, with moon stars etched on there, and then two, navy blue big beanbag chairs. And then.
oh yeah.
Okay, and then you have the bathroom, which I won't go into, and then the closet, and in the closet, I have a bookshelf that has more things for this on it. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Like open garden, just, you know, like little trinkets, pebble stones, like whatever, I think that makes it collectible. But there is one.
It's like a
thing
hand painted
that-
portrait of the two of you, like.
Really rethinking that
Best sister
friendship.
ever mode.
Oh.
Sister ever.
Did I bully you?
Everything.
Yeah.
There's not a single picture.
Okay.
I didn't think, and she was gonna be down the hall, didn't think there was a problem, I didn't need a picture, she was right there.
Not even her father, who took care of her whole
Yeah.
life.
So there is a photo that has all four of us in it. And you pull like a lever and then a wall, like from diagonal, like the bricks in the wall,
Yeah.
materialize, and you walk in, there's like a little room, like kind of square feet, nothing big, that's like a kind of small wall. Well, it's like all my valuables in it.
Let's be specific. You specifically said the size of a vault in Gringotts Bank.
I did.
Because the Harry Potter references go deep in this group.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go.
You read the whole thing.
Now I'm hearing it twice.
And then next to that is like several cubby holes that hold like berries, flowers, mortar and pestle I use, like I crush up for polish materials. And then there's a couple of like my lotions I store that'll keep out for me. Then the cubby hole holds like my knitting and sewing needles and like yarn and stuff to go with that, because my mom did teach me how to sew it. Another cubby hole is like loose pieces of fabric, and then I don't know the rest, but if you do, I know.
So still there.
No, flying balcony, balcony too.
Yeah, you have a 300 square foot semicircle shaped balcony that overlooks the forest. On the left side, there's a white wicker patio set. It includes a lounge chair for laying in the sun, medium-sized circular table with potted plant on the shelf, and 2 chairs. Sounds like a Price is Right prize. All the furniture has, you guessed it, teal cushions. There's a giant semicircle brown rug with a teal tribal design, almost as big as a door. So when you walk outside, you're walking onto the rug. On the right side of the door, there's a small herbal garden, rectangular wooden structure that holds potted plants. There are numerous types of herbs used for medicinal purposes and for making teas. Yummy. There are numerous types of the rails of the balcony are rustic white and look like something out of Victorian era. There's several hanging plants on the rails that go across the entire balcony and lights that are strung up around the rails as well. This completes range room.
Very nice.
Very good.
Wow.
I definitely feel like I feel like comparison.
No one failed. No one failed.
Now we have to follow up.
And this is
And I have to be like, yeah, this is my general room.
It's totally fine.
That's why-
Everyone had their own idea of like how detailed they wanted to be. As long as you know what your room is like, whether it's, you know, a general vague idea of what it is, or if you wanted to be very specific, that is totally like your level of what you want to be, what you want to get out of the game. So
Yeah.
don't feel like anyone's like outdoing anyone else. So you guys walk out of Rain's room and it's kind of like a big open floor plan, like I said, with my crazy awesome description. But as you look towards where the ocean side is of the room, that open part does go over the solarium. So like there should be kind of like a cutout where like the sun goes down. But that part is kind of opened up to the top. It's like a railing that looks over. And on the other side of that railing is the big open balcony. It's a huge balcony. It's like bigger than some of your rooms, but it does have like a little fire pit, chairs outside, just kind of a nice hangout spot. But just to the right of the balcony is going to be Vitra's room. It's like circular, unlike some of the other doors or rooms that you've seen. Vitra.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the theme of my room is very just like circular, right? So like my room is very circular. It's got like multiple like levels or tiers within my room, similar to your tree, but definitely not as big, like not as much. But there's like a circular, so the room is circular, and there's like a circular cutout with a circular bed. And the bed is like floating and it has like a white blue kind of glow underneath it. There's also
Reminds
some,
me of sex beds, you know, like the, like.
that's definitely what Vitra was going for, was a sex bed. Absolutely.
No, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
No, it's just
Yeah,
one.
that's fish.
I'll
too.
look at, yeah.
So yeah, so there's like multiple levels, right? So there's like a floating,
I was reading.
so like there's like a spiral staircase,
Yeah.
very on brand with this group so far. But the steps are like floating, lots of levitating.
Ooh, that's cool.
So they're floating as they go up. So the first story is where Beatrice's bed is, like a little like common area. So it's like big curved couch, again, circles round, very on theme. So this big like circular kind of sectional type thing. There's like a little fireplace, not a very big one, just a little fireplace next to the bed cutout. And you can like, I know, right?
You
Should
can
have a
change
fire
it.
in the middle. But you can like change the flame color to whatever you want, just because it's fun. If you go to like the second story, that it's like a miniature, like little dojo is what I called it. So just something to like practice my martial arts and stuff
Or
like
kicks.
that. My kicks,
This is
now
what
that I
good
have
is.
my boots and paste. So yeah, just like a little miniature dojo thing. And not only do you have like the spiral staircase, but there's also this little like, I call it like a levitation funnel. So it's something that you can like, well, I added this second part to it and you tell me if it's, I mean, I feel like it's gonna be fine. So you can get into it and levitate, right? Just like right there if you want to like meditate, or if you just want to like chill and rest your body and not have to like, you know, feel your weight. I don't know if you like rest your muscles. Or if you can go between the first and second and third floor of my room, just like,
I'll be honest, that's what I thought you meant.
yeah.
Is that it was like an elevator. that you
Yeah,
could
kind of
go to
like an
different
elevator. If
levels.
you don't want to take the stairs, just take a little levitation.
Yeah.
down.
That's what I thought you meant.
Skyfall thing where like, you know, they go in there and they do all those twists and turns.
Talking about the simulated falling out of a plane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Basic
yeah,
twist
yeah.
where you sit
Yeah.
down.
There's just like
You
a
just
little
float
fun.
them if you want to, or
Yeah,
shoot your stuff. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. So it's just like a little funnel, goes up all 3 stories. I also had the phone idea, so I have a little like home phone.
Yeah.
Same thing, you roll it for. Oh, also on the bottom floor as well, like above the center area where the couch is, there's these like hanging kind of orbs of varying sizes. And in each of those is almost like a, it's not a picture, it's like almost as if you were like looking into the different places that Vitra has lived. So like you have one where you look inside with like a little miniature Alteria, there's a miniature Jarus, a miniature Hetchel Flats, a miniature Kidal, like all of these like little orbs. Like a little, yeah.
And?
Exactly. No, I did not put the Onaric plan in there. I want this place to be a nice happy place.
That's a staycation.
Yeah.
She lived there, I'm just saying.
And then the light source of my room are these like white floating lanterns just around each of the different levels. So that's the first level. Second level is like a little mini dojo. Top level is just a little like loungy hangout type spot. That's where the balcony goes off to. And so the windows up at the top section like have like I don't know, some sort of film or covering that like makes the light that comes in like opalescent, right? So if you're looking at these pictures that were super duper helpful, like very rainbowy kind of refraction in the room. I have lots of pictures that like this one was like the orbs and little staircases and stuff. So anyways, so that's the top. Okay, I said that.
I said that.
Oh, and all the different like doorways, there's like lots of like beaded curtains, like little bright, colorful, yeah, beaded curtains throughout. Oh my God, I love those. I had those. Yeah, and then I have access like to like the roof, like right above my room. I will not be seeing the bathhouse. It will be kind of like enclosed like a little bit from like behind. I don't know, I'm trying to imagine it. It's circular. Shocker. So yeah, it's just like a little like roof.
Did you say it's circular?
Yeah.
Chakra?
Shocker.
Oh,
Shocker. So everything is
Shocker.
circular.
I literally thought that's what you said. I was like,
Oh,
is that
no,
a
that's
saying
chakra.
from TikTok that I don't know? Because y'all do that a lot.
Yeah. No, just a circular
No.
covering for this little rooftop area. So that is mine. That is my room. Thank you.
You guys leave there feeling relaxed for some reason. But
Oh, the shocker.
yeah, all the chocolate. And then you go to the next room, which is Zaris. Let me make sure you're on. Should be on.
Hey, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
You're
Awesome.
Dope. Happy about it. So Zaris's room starts off incredibly simple. As soon as you walk in, where the fourth wall should be is a big gaping hole. Basically, it overlooks the training grounds, and Zaris will jump out of this at various times.
It makes it sound like they just busted up on the wall. Like it's meant to be that way. Yeah.
Shitty hole in the
No,
wall.
it's meant to
like,
be opened
step
up
out
to
of
where
it.
you can see out and like just jump out if you want to.
Not gaping hole. Okay, so
A bomb went off.
massive.
That would fit there.
And so it's overlooking the training grounds. So I'm assuming right now, if anything was going, you would be able to hear the clashing of swords, hear the bows twang and such. The walls of the room are incredibly primitive. They are stone, like a light brown tan stone. And then it just builds into the floor. And it is cold in here. There's no heating. Like it's very much like as if you were living in a cave that had lights. Fitting very much Zaris's idea of comfort. In the middle of the room, probably the first thing that catches your eye is this massive world map. It's the only thing kind of breaking the room apart. It's the only thing that's not pushed against a wall. Bless you. On the map, there's a few dots, various colors, a couple of which are glowing. And then along the side, you'll see lots of scraps of paper. If you were to inspect those scraps of paper, they are what Xeris has deemed as people owing him and the Misfits things. So some noticeable ones you'll see is we saved a princess, so that city owes us. And so on. And it's just a bunch of IOUs. And a lot of them, some of them make sense, but some are more deranged. Like this one where Xeris didn't kill somebody, so he owes Xeris his life. So it's pretty out there, but he's got these all over the side of this map. And I'm sorry if you'll say anything, I can't hear you because I'm talking. It's like gonna mute everything. So like just wave your hands or something, to the side, you will see a very simple bed. Nothing extravagant about it. It looks very mildly comfortable, just big enough for Xeris to lay on without falling off of. But nothing out of the ordinary. But right next to where like the pillow or the head of the bed is, you'll see these engravings on the wall. The engravings are of his family and his friends from the tribe. The placement of them is like as if when Xeris falls asleep, he will be staring at them. It's very sad, very somber looking. And they're just engraved in the stone over there. Along the walls and along the kind of like the blank areas of the room, you'll see these massive weapons. To put them into size, I'll use the same size description that I sent Hannah. They are fuck you size. They're way too big. You probably won't see many people using them. They're extravagant, and Xeris thinks that they are the coolest things that he owns. There's also some trophies on the wall. He's got replicas of the dragon that he killed. You'll see now the cave worm coming out with all of its teeth showing. He's got it replicated on the wall. He's taken these ideas of his accomplishments. You'll also see the helm of a general, very regal looking general on the wall. There may or may not be a head inside. We're not sure. But these are all of the pride of Xeris. And he's left spots for more trophies and more things to be hung up. And the last big thing in the room, and not really anything that you can miss, there is this glowing red from one side, the opposite side of his bed and the opposite side of like most of the room. And it's like an angry red color. And you'll see that Xeris has put a shrine to Elias there. And the first thing he's going to do as he walks into this room is he's going to take the axe that he was just given. He's going to walk over to that shrine and he's going to hang it above the shrine. And from there, he'll promise that axe to Elias. He'll promise that that axe will be used in battle to further Elias's cause in the name of Elias. And you'll see it hanging there until he goes to battle. Yeah, that's pretty much the extent of his room. There's smaller details, of course, places to grow, but nothing impactful.
Like it. Yeah. Are we snapping?
Why are we snapping?
Because it was poetry in motion. I was a beautiful soul.
What?
That's what it's about.
I'm done. Me too. That's how I'm doing.
Thingies are dirty and I'm happy.
Yeah.
All right. Last up, and probably the least. Not the least. That's how it goes.
I was gonna say you saved the word for
Zinro.
last. Why doesn't I go first?
All right. Zinro, tell us about it, and then we'll wrap up. Since it went long. Yeah.
Yes.
And yours is very small.
It is.
Yeah,
It is very
honestly.
I did what I could. You know. Trust me, when he explains it, it'll make sense.
So we're in the hallway and you look and you see in front of you the triangle. And I'll just read the words here in front of me. My room has no doorway. The entrance is an isosceles triangle, 7 feet tall at its peak and 6 feet at width at the base.
The outside edges are capped with silver and bone inlays on the outside. There's no door. Instead, what you see is a slight gray and black veil, like a thick black velvet cloth draping. Slightly shimmers with whatever light in this room touches it. You do not see seams or edges. As I turn to you, I say, this door remains open to anyone who wishes to enter it. As I walk forward, my form quickly darkens and fades into the black of the veil. The interior of the triangle doesn't seem to change, as if nothing was pushed, pulled, or folded aside. I assume you would follow it.
Oh, yes, yeah, I'm going.
As
What
you-
Constitution says.
As each of you walk through, your vision is darkened for just a moment as it turns to black. A sensation like silk being brushed across your skin occurs as you again open your eyes like a long blink. You're no longer standing on the wood or stone beneath your feet, but now grass. You're outside, as it seems to be. The sky above is cloudless, and you can see all the stars clear as they were intended. High above, as you see those stars, is a moon. It resembles the same as the one outside and follows its patterns as well. The light it shines with is bright and provides enough illumination to see where you're walking. You hear a soft chirping of the occasional crickets from a distance and a slow trickle of calmly moving water. The air you breathe in is crisp, clean, and cool. When you bring your focus away from your surroundings, you see about 40 feet in front of you, there are two structures connected via a walkway. The grass grows up directly to the walkway, as thick slabs are a few inches above the ground. This is where the walkway begins. A 30-foot stretch of black obsidian paver stones reflect the moon in nearby firelight, reflecting it like cut gems. Even as they are perfectly flat beneath your feet, the lights from the nearby braziers in the heavens dance in the angles, as if swallowing the light, as if it were falling into the dark depths of the slab below you. There are also squared obsidian pedestals on both sides of the walkway, each 6 feet from the other and 5 feet tall. At the top of each pedestal are bronze bold braziers subtly tilted inward towards the pathway. Each one is illuminated with a magical fire providing light along the way. The flickers dancing with the moonlight at your feet. Resting in each bowl is a bone skull. As each of you looks at it, it resembles the same shape and look as maybe your own. Cree, you would see that of a beast creature.
Whatever the hell you are.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Has little
yours would
horns.
probably look whatever your original intent was.
Has little horns sticking out.
A reminder that death comes for us all. The flames inside the bowls creating the shadows along each feature, the cheeks, the eyes. They look on idly, unintentionally creepy. And above you, there is no cover to this walkway. I would assume you would probably want to go towards the structure that looks most interesting, which you can pass this around if you want to take a look at it.
Oh.
We have handouts, we have handouts.
The black obsidian pavers come to a stop as 3 steps of white marble stairs begin. The marble is beautifully white, directly contrasting the walkway and the pedestals. Inside the grain of the stone, you can see scattered gleams of golden veins within it, which there's that rock over there. I was going to actually say it's kind of like white, this white marble with kind of the look of that. Now that I think about it, but you notice after a second or two of looking at it, the veins seem to almost pulse. A warm sunlight sporadically. There are 3 steps up that level off to an octagon, 20 feet across from one side to the other. The first thing you may notice is the large golden sun across the floor of this gazebo-like building. The sun is alive with a warm yellow and orange glow. You hear a subdued, powerful flame as if you stood close to a large bonfire beneath and in front of you. Flares from the middle sphere create emblazoned tendrils that reach out to the corners of the shape. They just come to a point at the base of each column. The center of the gazebo is raised, like a ball was being pushed up from the ground. Its apex is about a foot above the surface. The core of the ball is also slowly rotating as you feel it full of energy. In the middle, standing on the surface of the sun, which you don't see here because I can't draw them, there are 2 figures in embrace.
Because I can't draw them.
They're both holding each other close, one side of arms wrapped around each other, and their other ones holding each other's hands near their shoulders. Both of them have their eyes closed with foreheads just barely touching. Each appears to be smiling, like lovers that have been finally brought together. The male figure appears human. His form is sturdy looking and slightly aged, but strong. His molded tunic shirt he wears has rolled up sleeves, and his feet are barefoot. The light from the below reflects off places here and there, as he appears to be made of pure platinum, but is dirty, like a farmer after a long day's work, dirt and dust. The female has pointed, long ears. She appears to be elvish. She is a definition of intricately crafted. Her dress drapes along the surface of the sun below, following its curve perfectly. The creation is such that it looks like a breeze is blown across it, the ripples immaculate. She has sculpted earrings, a necklace, and even jewels in her hair. Her form seems fragile, as she is made of bright white porcelain. You can see little cracks and small bits seemingly weak, but still there. Any flaws that appear are thinly gilded and made pure. There is one part of each person missing, but it's replaced via the other, their hearts. Each other's chest is a perfectly shaped heart of the other in its place. She, the platinum, and his, the porcelain. Now the columns of this gazebo are made of the same stone as the steps in the foundation. White marble, but they do not have the golden veins within them. They ascend up from the corners of the octagon 12 feet tall, then give way to a banded dome that sits atop them. Yeah. The light from the tendrils in the center of the room touch the base of each one, just barely. All the columns in this room are the same, except for one. You see me walk towards the octagon. The surface is still white marble, but cracks among the entire column are visible. Black volcanic-like rock can be seen like partial arteries randomly keeping the column in its form. This is so mad. There are also small bits that appear to have been cracked off, missing. I reach out my hand, and I close my eyes. After a few seconds, I touch the surface of the marble, and you see the light from the sun below. It gets stronger and pulses towards me, struggling, but does so. In a flash, the rounded column comes to a glow, giving off a white light like a backdrop. It's down because it's heavier after holding it for several effects. The rounded column comes to a glow, giving off white light like a backdrop. Among the light, a few shadows start to form. Their shapes don't show real specific details, but among the shadows of the light and the negative spaces, silhouettes emerge. You see a figure, pointed ears, short hair, heavy robes, atop a boat, hugging tightly a figure with long hair and a large hat. Suddenly, shadow passes overhead as the surface of the dome starts to swirl with smoky energy. Like a performance, the shadows condense into a form of unworldly force. An ancient dragon unfurls its wings and whirls around. The heavy flapping and whooshes can be heard, but almost completely muffled. The other columns now slowly start to extend with sunlight as they start to glow. Their scenes each with figures forming. You hear above you. Sorry, it's burning. On one column, a male figure is seen hammering down on an anvil, arms beating something into form. On another, a winged and beaked hawk-like profile can be seen fighting battles against foes unknown. On another, a muscular shadow, horns on his head, shovels idly some sort of rocks into a furnace. On another, a female, long hair, stands on top of a cliff edge overlooking, splashing of shadows crashing below her like the waves. On another, a female kneeling down among trees and bushes, a shadow of a moon high above as she looks upwards for answers. On another, a pointed-eared visage of a feline appears, which is funny that this happens because you talked about it. You can see him stalking a man. You can see him stalking a man like prey on all fours, slowly creeping up on his tail. Lastly, a figure, or female, with hair that is flowing as if in a breeze, even as she stands idle, is seen reaching out to a stone, mere inches from contact. The dragon flashes with a bit of energy as it gets lighter in this room. Its large mouth opens visually amongst the shadows, letting out some sort of thunderous roar. The sound can be heard, but again muffled, not quite clear. The sound triggers all the figures in the pillars to look up. They spring into action. The smithing man takes his hammer and spins it in front of him. As it does, it's shaped into a deadly weapon. He turns to the sky and lets loose. Mjolnir! Light flashes as he does behind the pillar, a loud thud becoming audible after each one. His shots streak across the pillars and pierces into the dragon, piercing the shadow as it reforms after each blow. The hawk flaps its wings, holds out its hands, and two blades shift into existence. It snatches and thrusts its wings upwards into mount. The shoveling stops. As the figure turns from one side to the other, it changes into a form of a large battle axe. He gets low, steadies his feet, and jumps, going right up the column, like a call to strength. The woman on the water's edge turns at the howl of the beast. She looks up. She takes one step back and falls from the cliff edge into the water below. After a few seconds, bursting out, shaped as a deadly dragon herself, she flies around these columns. And there's no walls on them, so you've seen like flash as you're going around. The kneeling prayer among the trees stands and spreads her hands, spreads her arms. They bulge and elongate, spreading out to wings and a form of a dragon as well. But she heads directly to the moon above as she disappears into it with a flash. Action springs forth with a feline. As it hears the roar above, it jumps from one side of the pillar to the other, making upward. He spots above him a symbol of the moon, and he lets go. Free falling. Let's go and let's go to a free fall. A sudden flash of wings snatch him from his fall and champions him upward from the moon. I forgot the line. The moon shows up,
Yeah.
snatches him upward. The hand reaching for the stone is pulled back. As the female sees the thread at hand, she runs up the column, merely a game for her ability. Doing so, she is seen spinning her staff in front of and behind her as she studies the creature for any weaknesses. The battle commences. Back and forth, some details seem to be missing or a little iffy, but it ends as you might expect. The shadowed energy slowly dissipates, leaving just a few minutes, very bright light emitting from the columns and the sun below. Only then do you notice the last two things in this room. On the inside of the dome, at the base of its structure, the top of the band, are words carved and filled with gold on the interior. It says, Satsezam, sa uses texo, sa semetso wet, kontan flat, o isal am schleppen. Does anybody here know Celestial?
I was rusty, but
Yeah, well, it's a made up, obviously it's made
Yeah,
up.
character sheet.
every word's made up.
Every word is made up. Well, I will just say at some point in time, I'll tell you, it says, a mother's love, a father's faith, a child's story. Keep our stories and we shall live eternal. Lastly, the figures in the room now are looking upward. Smiles across their faces and their eyes appear to be open. After the story finishes, you all may see them looking up, but I am looking at them. Then, a few moments, they close their eyes and they go back down to where their heads are barely touching. As the light slowly starts to dampen down, I say, this is a place where we can keep our memories. When you die, your moments are your own. As long as we live, we can share it. My father never knew more than a few pieces of land around Fendelman. So if you would do me the proud honor of occasionally coming here and giving him your stories, places far, he deserves such a thing. I never got to bury him. So this is his temple. And the column that I'm on has images that slowly fade into the marble of us, of a dragon, of Arathian, that he was there, of a chest with some items in it, of a man in robes. As you guys would be telling your stories, each pillar is engraved with what kind of memories you put into it. And it becomes, I would imagine if you were to go green, would start showing the trees. And so as an example. I go into the figures and I just hug them as they're there. Guess my room. It's nice. I take you guys to the other side of this walkway, and you see a simple wooden door. And the other side of the walkway, it's a small singular room. Wooden door, has an arcane lock, and I say something in, I chose Infernal just because it's a language I don't think very many people have on hand. You enter the room, and what you see is cozy. Nothing fancy, nothing much. There's a single twin-sized cot bed with very little bedding, almost like a slab. Across from it, I imagine it probably is about maybe twice the size of the little alcove. Thinking about the size. Across from the bed, small fireplace that houses a modest fire, lighting the area and providing some warm air. Above the fireplace is a painting of a symbol you've seen, a triangle with a skull inside of it. But behind that stands a man with a staff and large black robes. In the corner of the room is a small desk with a quill and a couple of journals. The desk also has some strewn about art supplies and some paints. You can see two modest-ish works in the making. Not great, but an effort is being put in. One shows a boat sailing high in the sky. It appears to be Zinro and Zakina holding one another and looking outward, with a female behind them on like a mast, or not mast, but a steering. The other is an attempt at a family portrait, much more lively looking version of himself with Sakina. And in front of them is Ombre sitting in a very fancy high back throne-like chair, naturally looking badass. I know you guys did beautiful work with the rooms. Just can't imagine anything being too fancy. This reminds me of home. Last time we could maybe be together as a family. But Sakina would make food, and it's the only place I could think of that could bring me peace.
I think it's perfect.
But you are more than allowed to come in here anytime you want. The moon high above always shone. You can come here and you have the actual outside, so that helps. But it's always that way here. So that way you can always talk to her if you need a visual.
Okay.
That's it.
So you guys leave his triangle, go back downstairs where Java is waiting for, I guess, his sense of approval that he did a good job. He's just like, it's like, so what do you think? Did it meet all of your needs?
It's way above budget.
It is. Yeah, perfect,
Beautiful.
perfect.
Actually, I would like the back house, the one rooftop, please.
Not a problem. It is done.
I'll send you something.
It's already done.
And he's gonna be like smiling with you guys, and then he's gonna see him kind of look off in his face for a moment. Well, I must be going. There's news. You may be hearing of it soon, but I'm hearing that the war is over. and I must get back to my family.
What on earth?
Sorry. Yeah, small details. I forgot to mention my scribe on Freyr. And he was traveling with an army of fencing soldiers. And it seemed like when I scried on Eberron, war was just outside of his office. So your father may be quite successful, but I don't know.
Quite good at his job. I mean, against a god, or god in the making, maybe not, but against regular.
And I tell you, he looks different. He's got black hair and all that. I think we may have been a little too slow with preventing a return of Praetor.
Who just told you that?
That I would have mentioned. Oh,
Colleagues in town,
They say who won.
not looking good for Crete, unfortunately. So need to be with my family and make arrangements for our protection. Reckon that will not be an issue for you here.
Thank you.
And then just, we'll end it here, but just so you guys know, there are a couple wards on the house. The most notable one is, it's essentially an aura of invisibility. Except instead of it making it look invisible, it essentially gives the image of what you guys saw when you first approached a small house. Very, rudimentary stables, right? Nothing fancy. However, inside this veil, there's also, it's essentially an anti-scry, so you cannot be scried on inside that bubble. So once you walk into the grounds, not just in the home, but also if you're training outside or on when the grass changes, essentially. When you leave, you are also able to essentially cast guards and wards when you leave. So that does a bunch of stuff. So I advise you guys look up that spell, but it's essentially permanent on the home whenever you guys actually leave the house.
What's it
So
called?
I'll send it to you. It's called Guards and Wards, something like that. It does like a dozen different things. Yeah, I think Guards and Wards 5e. Yeah, it's exactly what it's called. So it's pretty high level spell, but he's essentially now permanent for the entire home. So I'll send you guys this link to use, because it is pretty nifty in case anyone ever tries to get into the home. You guys gonna have that as a form of protection for your belongings in your home. So
Last thing, I rolled for the last 2 days to try and finish their items.
okay,
24,
what did you need from me?
30, 32, 31.
the 24 fails, the other ones all pass. 25 is the number you need.
So then we'll RP, because I have to RP for yours.
Yeah, we'll do that next session.
For your
This
stack,
one went
and then
long,
let yours go.
but
Get my hair first, I already have one.
we're all set. Trey, thanks for bearing with us
Bye,
remotely.
Trey.
Bye, Trey.
I